Sounds
It's
good.
off. Okay. Yes. Anderson.
Anderson is looking for her mute button, and I see her online.
Yes, I was. I was like, yes. Present. Thanks.
Yeah. Becerra.
Present.
Campbell.
Here.
Carlino.
Present.
Farmer.
Present.
Jones.
Present. Present.
Jordan.
Present.
Melson.
Present.
Nugent.
Present.
Savage.
Present.
Sherrill.
Present.
And Vasecka.
Present.
And that's everyone.
All right. Thank you very much. We will now move on to approval of the minutes. We do have minutes from December 9th, 2024. Any council questions or changes? All right. Not seeing any, then those minutes will be submitted, will remain as submitted. And we'll move on to item number 3, which is our committee schedule for this coming Wednesday, December 18th. Ms. Trimble, do you have any changes to the posted committee schedule?
No changes.
No changes. All righty. And those committees, for folks in the audience and those watching online, will start at 12:30 p.m. this Wednesday. And they are scheduled, well, they won't go to the end of the day, so it looks like a relatively reasonable. Yeah, 3:30 or so. All committee agendas and items are located online on the committee agenda, council agenda website. Well, now we'll move on to agenda item number 4, which is special presentations and proclamations. And we'll start first with our neighborhood council updates. And we have Captain John Mullen leadership team to report out. So come on up and we'll go ahead and turn on the microphone for you. And if you'll identify your names first before presenting, please. Thank you.
All right, I'm Kathy. Are we on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm Kathy Snodgrass.
And I'm Carrie Sable.
And you probably haven't heard from Captain John Mullen in a while. We have just a couple of items to update you on. One is the Pleasant View Park. This is a project that's been ongoing for a long, long time. Clear back in 2009, Pleasant View Park was a large expanse of lumpy grass. The park was created by the developer of the Pleasant View neighborhood, but the agreement didn't include any amenities other than grass and irrigation. So the folks living near the area wanted to have a little bit more there in their park area. The Captain John Mullen Neighborhood Council started working with the residents, Donna Gockler, of course, and the City Parks and Rec staff to plan a park that would be more useful to its neighbors. We ended up getting Missoula Neighborhoods a large project grant to help pay for a charrette and a landscape architect to determine and design a park the neighbors would enjoy. And that work was successful. And by December of 2011, a plan for Pleasant View Park was officially adopted by the city. And then I was on the Captain John Mullen Neighborhood Council at the time, and I was kind of pushing that along a little bit. But my mom's health deteriorated, and I kind of had to bow out, and nothing happened. Around 2015, the city found some funds and was able to add some play structures in the area, which I think they did to some other parks too, which was really cool. And then over the years since then, several residents have tried and eventually given up on seeing more development occur. But last year, myself and another member of the Captain John Mullen Neighborhood Council, Janie Cook, who's actually no longer on the board, convinced the rest of the board to take another try at further developing the Pleasant View Park. And we dredged up the old master plan and contacted Donna Gockler and the Pleasant View Homeowners Association and began reviewing the planned developments in the park with the help of the Parks and Recreation Department. And we're still at it, but we should have an updated master plan in the next few months and some ideas about how to fund further development. And that's about it for that, because we don't know a whole lot more yet.
All right, thank you very much.
And I'll just share briefly on two other items. I'm new to the Captain John Mullen leadership team this fall, but we've had an interesting fall. At our October leadership team meeting, Public Works and Mobility presented the results of the traffic engineering study. They reviewed completed efforts to improve traffic safety in the neighborhood, shared recommendations for near, medium, and long-term projects, and explained why certain measures were not feasible or not recommended. At our September meeting, Olga Kreimer presented scenarios for the long-range transportation plan and the Mountain Line strategic plan. Our leadership team was especially excited about the potential expansion of the Mountain Line further into the Captain John Mullen neighborhood.
Oh, and I might add that the reason that people were concerned about the traffic was pretty much because...
Come on over to the microphone if you could, just so folks online can hear you. Thank you.
The reason that people were excited about this traffic study and learning all about that was mostly because of the extension of England Boulevard and also Mary Jane, and drawing a lot more traffic into the Pleasant View neighborhood and then on over to the west there in the Ranch Club area. And people were particularly concerned about kids getting to the school. So that was pretty much what prompted that. And we're really happy to have all of the city staff working so well with us. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate those updates very much. Thank you, Mrs. Snodgrass and Ms. Sable. And also just want to thank you for your participation with your neighborhood council and being part of local government. Neighborhood councils play a very important role. Long-time neighborhood council members and new. Before you go, does council members have any questions or comments for either Ms. Sable or Ms. Snodgrass, just in case there's any questions, although your update was very thorough. All right, great. And thanks for working with us on some of those traffic challenges. We appreciate the feedback from the neighborhood very much, and we'll continue to partner with you on that. All right. That is our one and only neighborhood council update this evening. And so our next item here is for me to share a proclamation in conjunction with Missoula County. And this is in regards to Homeless Persons Memorial Day. And so I know Ms. Trimble will share this on the screen as I start to read this, and I'll go ahead and get started. Whereas winter poses extreme hardship for unsheltered and inadequately housed individuals, families, and children in Missoula, and whereas residents of Missoula will gather on the longest night of the year, December 21st, 2024, to honor and remember homeless individuals who have died in our community and environs. And whereas since 1990, December 21st has been designated National Homeless Persons Memorial Day by the National Coalition for the Homeless and the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council, and it is recognized by cities and states nationwide. And whereas in remembering those who have died without a home of their own, we keep urgent the cause of ending homelessness, the need for compassionate response, and the city and county's collective commitment to prevent such deaths in the future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Missoula Board of County Commissioners, and Andrea Davis, Mayor of the City of Missoula, do hereby recognize the 21st day of December 2024 as Homeless Persons Memorial Day, dated this 12th day of December 2024. All right, thank you. Now, we do have one additional item under our special presentations and proclamations. It's not posted on the agenda, but it is something that I have worked out with Ms. Trimble and Councilor Nugent. So Mayor Terry Cunningham and myself had a friendly wager on the Brawl of the Wild, and whomever's team lost, we agreed that we would play the other's fight song in council chambers. So our Brawl of the Wild this year ended in a successful Montana State University Bobcat win. So tonight we will hear their fight song in council chambers. And we do have maybe one of the biggest Bobcat fans here to witness this. While a longtime Missoula resident is, Belgrade is her hometown and holds season tickets to the Bobcat, so she's witnessing this live. And Mr. Nugent, whenever you are ready, take it away, please.
It's proof that no one's perfect. I told the mayor I'd find the best version of this fight song I could find. So this is a Grizz fan who lost a previous bet on a previous Cat Grizz game, singing the best version of this fight song that I've found.
Montana, for today we raise the blue and gold two-way victorious. Our sturdy band now is fighting, and we are sure to win the fray. We got the vim, we're here to win, for this is dear Montana State.
All right.
It keeps going.
Oh, God, it keeps playing. Yeah, Councilor Nugent, question.
That mic can do it up there.
Could our Bobcat representative explain what VIM is?
Oh, would that be all right, Miss McMillan, if you'll explain what VIM is according to the fight song? Oh, you couldn't hear it in the fight song. Oh, part of the wager was that it had to be audible. So, do we need to play it again? One more time. All right.
This is
Councilor
terrible.
Nugent, you're being requested to play it at the podium.
We couldn't hear it online.
What?
Councilor
We
Vasecka,
couldn't hear the fight song online.
you can't hear it online.
Oh, they can't hear it online.
Oh, no.
Councilor Nugent, are you going to have to sing this?
I don't even know the words.
I'd like to make a motion.
Miss McMillan, are you going to have to sing this? Yeah? Why don't you try it at the podium? I mean, I have to hold my wager.
You're going to hold your bet.
I do. I'm a person of my word. Okay, here we go. Councilor Vasecka, those online, here we go. Councilor Nugent's getting ready.
Stand up and cheer, cheer long and loud for dear Montana. For today we raise the blue and gold two-way victorious. Our sturdy band now is fighting, and we are sure to win the fray. We got the vim, we're here to win, for this is dear Montana State.
All right. All right, thank you everybody for entertaining yet a little bit more fun and maybe next year they'll be doing something for us in Bozeman. Let's hope that to be the case. I also just want to take this moment to congratulate the Grizz on a great season and the MSU Bobcats for all of their wins and taking it all the way. So we wish them the very best. Okay, all right. So with that, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Nugent. Appreciate your teamwork on that. Okay. That wraps up all of our special presentations and proclamations. I want to let folks know that we do have 2 public hearings tonight. I anticipate a number of folks are probably here for the second public hearing, but our first, you might not be, you might be here for the first, which is our Hayden Grass Valley Conservation Easement Open Space Project. And so we'll hear Zach Covington present on that, and then we will move into the final adoption, presentation and adoption of our Missoula 2045 land use plan. We've got one item also in our regular business, and so we'll go ahead and get underway with our public hearings. So, Mr. Covington, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you. I feel like I'm not going to be as entertaining as any of this other stuff was, so we'll just have to...
The bar has been set.
Bear with me, yeah. But I want to compliment your sweaters. They look very nice.
Thank
I'm a
you.
little bit jealous of a couple of them, so.
Of a couple of them.
Which ones?
I won't
Could you
name
let
which
us know?
ones. I like all of them equally, is what I meant to say. So my name's Zach Covington. I'm the Open Space Program Manager for the city with Parks and Recreation, and came to talk to you tonight and to present for this public hearing on the Hayden Grass Valley Conservation Easement. This is a Five Valleys Land Trust project, and the Open Space Advisory Committee voted in favor of this project, to recommend this project to council. I'm going to introduce Derek Goebel with Five Valleys Land Trust, who will give most of this presentation, and wanted to just kind of give you a little bit of a summary. So this conservation easement is going to be a fully donated conservation easement, a total value of around $700,000. This project really consists of $26,050 of open space bond funds. Those would be taken from the 2006 open space bond, which has approximately $200,000 left in the bond at this time. And so with that, I think I'll turn the time over to Derek, and we'll be available for any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hi, Derek.
Thanks, Zach. Derek Goebel, Five Valleys Land Trust, here to talk about the Grass Valley Conservation Easement today. All right, on the left here, we've got a map of the property location. It's in what's called the Grass Valley, just west of Missoula. It's about 250 yards due west of the Missoula city limit boundary, where the airport is there. It's outlined in kind of that red-orange color. Just due west of the property is another Five Valleys held conservation easement, and there are a few other easements in the area, so this property fits in nicely with existing conserved lands, and Council Grove State Park is just about a mile to the southeast. Both Five Valleys and the city of Missoula have a history of conservation efforts on this property. Back in 2008, it was nearly conserved. City Council did vote to approve $161,000 of 2006 open space bond money at that time, but unfortunately the project kind of fell through at the last minute. So we're fortunate now, as Zach mentioned, this is a fully donated easement, and so rather than coming up with the purchase price of the easement, we're just seeking reimbursement for transaction costs associated with that, the project. Zooming into the property a little bit more, this is a conservation easement project protecting agriculture, wildlife habitat, and scenic views here in the Grass Valley. It's an easement that will perpetually unify 4 contiguous tax parcels consisting of 287 acres of agricultural and riparian and wetland habitat. There are some existing structures on the property shown on the upper left-hand side there. The landowner is reserving 2 building envelopes. One which is 8 acres, consisting of all the current ag structures and residents on the property, and then we're proposing 3 additional building sites, one of which the landowner can select in the future, and the other 2 will go away at the time. So in total, between the 2 proposed building envelopes, there'll be 11 combined acres of development on the property, or just under 4% of the property there. The map on the left here shows the extent of the wetlands and the riparian area on the property. This is a really unique property in the Missoula Valley in that it has this constant year-round source of groundwater that comes up just east of the property and feeds the lower reach of Lavelle Creek. The little line that comes through the center of the property there is Lavelle Creek, and then this groundwater source it flows year-round and provides a nice combination of open water and wetland habitat for the property. The map on the right shows the extent of the irrigated ag land. There's about 150 acres of irrigated ag land on the property, and this combination of natural habitat and ag land is excellent habitat for a very wide array of bird species that live here in the Missoula Valley. So again, this is a conservation easement that will protect agricultural working lands, wildlife and bird habitat, open views and vistas. Of the 287 acres, 75% of that property contains what are considered prime agricultural soils, and conservation of this property will help protect soils for present and future ag and food production. Those prime ag soils support an current active ag operation, and that irrigated land is used for grass hay production and also seasonally grazed by cattle. Beef from those cows is sold locally, helping support local food security in the Missoula community. But as I mentioned, that the most prominent feature of this property is that open water wetland habitat, which is a key stopover point for migrating birds in the area, and also excellent year-round habitat for birds that stay here in the valley. So this property has been used quite extensively by local bird watching community members over the past 20 years or so. The Five Alleys Autobahn, along with support from members of the community, has visited the property over the past 20 plus years and several times in 2024 alone. Their most recent bird survey was conducted just this last Saturday, and 2 images of birds taken on that visit are shown there on the right. The map on the left is the Clark Fork River Grass Valley Important Bird Area. This is a internationally recognized designation that identifies areas that are in greatest need of conservation for bird habitat. And data collected by the bird surveys over the years helped create and ultimately get this designation here for the Missoula Valley. Protection of this property and the wetlands is consistent with the City of Missoula Conservation and Climate Action Plan that has the goals of protecting the remaining agricultural land from development. Also has the goal of enhancing Missoula's water resources and floodplains so they have the resiliency to withstand new pressures imposed by climate change and continue to provide clean water and ecosystem benefits to our community. So it also has the goal of conserving existing carbon pools in forest soils or rangeland vegetation through a host of activities, in this case, land protection. Preserving open space in this location is also a nice complement to the long-term envisioned land use in the area. Here's a map of that 2045 land use plan that you'll talk about later tonight, but in the upper left-hand blue area is the property tucked in nicely adjacent to that land use plan map. Just north of the property is proposed rural residential development. So preserving open space in this location helps maintain the region's natural beauty and aligns with the character of Missoula and Montana as we welcome more residents to the community and as Missoula continues to grow. It also encourages responsible development near those services and transportation. This project is also consistent with a number of local policies, including the Missoula Growth Policy, which has a goal of protecting natural landscapes and open spaces important to Missoula County. It's consistent with the Missoula Urban Area Open Space Plan, a map of which is shown on the right there, which has a vision of conserving, protecting, and connecting Missoula's system of open space lands. And outlined in yellow is the property. It falls within one of those purple cornerstone areas, which are areas that have been identified that have high open space and natural resource value here in the Missoula Valley. And then it's also consistent with the Missoula Community Climate Smart Action Plan, which I mentioned before. Here's to take a quick look at the budget. Up top is the estimated conservation easement value. As Zach mentioned, is about $700,000. There's also staff time, legal fees, transaction costs associated with the project, bringing the total true cost of the project to about $37,000. 11,000 of that is staff time that Five Alleys is covering, but we are seeking reimbursement for up to $26,050 from the 2006 open space bond to help cover the transaction costs associated with the project. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Goebel. So I'll go ahead and turn this over to questions from council. If anybody has any questions for Mr. Goebel or Mr. Covington. Any questions from council tonight? Not seeing any. Councilor Vasecka online.
Thanks. Will the public have access to this area?
There's no formal grant of public access, but as I mentioned, the landowner has enthusiastically welcomed Five Valleys Audubon along with other community members to visit the property regularly for bird watching activities. And so I think there were 11 or 12 community members on site just on Saturday. So that was the 6th or 7th bird survey that's happened just in 2024 alone. So.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Vasecka. Any other questions from council? No? All right, not seeing any then. We'll go ahead and hear from Councilor Savage to make the motion, and then we can open it up to public comment.
All right. I recommend we adopt a resolution approving the expenditure of up to $26,050 of 2006 open space bond funds toward due diligence and other associated costs related to the acquisition of a conservation easement by Five Valleys Land Trust of approximately 287 acres of property owned by Carl Hayden.
All right, thank you very much. So the motion is on the floor. This will open the public hearing, and we will go ahead and open the mic up to members of the public that would like to make public comment on this agenda item tonight. We allow 3 minutes per public comment. I'll go ahead and help you keep a long time with this lovely little gadget up front so you can see the lights will help you track 3 minutes. Please come on up to the microphone. It's on for you. Please introduce yourself and come on up.
Mayor and City Council, I'm Jim Brown, and I represent Five Valleys Audubon. We are happily in support of this conservation easement. And I would just like to amplify a few things that have already been pointed out. This is an amazing property in the valley. It's a keystone property in terms of its agriculture and wildlife values. It's been known for a long time by birders who go out there and look around the countryside for important wildlife. The unique feature that makes this property so amazing is this upwelling of water from the ground that creates these various riparian edges. It creates cattail marsh, a fen, which is uncommon in the state of Montana. It's an upwelling of water that just comes over a large area and supports unique plants. There's a stream, there's ponds. So all these different kinds of riparian habitats are present on this place. And the fact that it comes out of the water or out of the ground makes it a little warmer, so in winter weather, it usually never freezes over, and it's available, and the ducks find that too, and they really do well. But besides being really important to waterfowl in the winter, it's important year-round for migratory birds, for breeding songbirds as well, and wintering birds. Another unique feature of this area, as all of Grass Valley is, it's a really important area for wintering raptors. Species like the red-tailed hawk, the rough-legged hawk, long-eared owl, marsh harrier, or northern harrier it is, used to be called the marsh hawk. Those species are all found there, and we found them the other day on a bird hike. And it's because this Grass Valley area supports a lot of voles. It really attracts raptors, and it's an important wintering area in the whole Missoula area. So the abundant bird life that we found on here really gave rise to this important bird area that's actually an international program managed by National Audubon. And the whole purpose of that is to point out really critically important bird habitats to landowners and to government officials that look after this. And Carl Hayden, the owner of this, he really sees the wildlife values and he wants to do this. It's a pretty amazing thing he's offered to do. So one other final point to make is that looking ahead, as this valley continues to develop and expand, this area could become increasingly important to the city of Missoula as a natural area. It's good to keep options open. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Brown. I feel like I learned quite a bit just now. Any other members of the public wishing to make comment this evening? Come on up.
My name is Phil Gardner, and I live in Missoula. And I'm also in support of this acquisition and appreciate your consideration of this wonderful piece of ground that's being donated. As Jim has pointed out, it's an important area and a very unique area for birds. And the raptors that he talked about also come from the Mission Valley. There's 550 raptors counted on a raptor count on Friday. And so those birds travel back and forth between this area. And as our valley expands, this area is so important for these birds. One other bird I just wanted to mention is the Lewis's woodpecker, which is a unique bird to this area. And people actually fly in from around the country to see the Lewis's woodpecker in this area, so along the Clark Fork River. So thank you for considering this, and have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. You too. Thank you for your comments. Any other members of the public wanting to make comment on this agenda item this evening? Anyone else in the room? All right, not seeing anybody else in the room. How about online? Any members of the public wishing to make comment on this agenda item? Okay, I'm not seeing any additional public comment. Then we'll go ahead and bring this back to council parliamentary debate. And so, Mr. Campbell, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, I'm definitely going to be enthusiastically in support of this. I think it's a great bang for the buck for what the city is obtaining. I did have some concerns with the issue of public access. That was one of my hang-ups up at Interland property that we looked at earlier. I think the key distinction in my mind in this particular property is the riparian wetland areas that are so abundant here. And I'm not a wildlife biologist by any means, but I know enough about it to know that, these are fragile lands. These are lands that, once they're gone, once they're destroyed, extremely difficult to rehabilitate, to maintain. And I'm excited that this is a place that could be a good habitat for aviary wildlife. My wife and I, we enjoy going down to Lee Metcalf fairly regularly, looking at birds and wildlife down there. Have not had the success of finding a Lewis's woodpecker down there. I hear they're down there. I've never seen one, but 9 pipes, I've been up there a number of times. So at least to see that there may be an opportunity for, limited access at this particular property. Keep in mind the fragility of the wetlands. It's understandable. So all in all, I'll be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Vasecka?
Thanks. I was originally against this because of the lack of public access, but a lot of the emails that came in and the public comment tonight, it I guess swayed me. So I hope that we are getting a good bang for our buck. I hope that the owner does keep allowing this the limited access, and I will be in support of it tonight. So I wanted to thank everybody for changing my mind on this.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Vasecka. Councillor Sherrill.
It's very exciting to go after those 2 comments. So, and I had no idea that Bob had birder tendencies. So you learn something new about your colleagues every day. I think everyone knows where I'm going on this, but I wanted to at least express my appreciation to the landowners and to Five Valleys Land Trust. I mean, this is in a city budget and for an open space bond, and an open space bond that we passed a long time ago because it's 2006. We need to spend that money. This is just a great project, and I appreciate the Audubon coming out and making comments about that as well. So people that love birds, love birds. So this is a great piece of property, and I'm happy to support it, and I hope my colleagues do as well. And I think the 2 that I wasn't sure about probably will. So that's great.
All right, thank you for your comments, Councillor Sherrill. Anybody else tonight? Any other council comments? All right. Not seeing any other council comments, then we can go ahead and do a roll call vote on this item.
All right. This is voting on the Hagen Grass Conservation Easement, adopting the resolution approving the expenditure of up to $26,050 of 2006 open space bond funds towards due diligence and other associated costs. Beginning with Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
And Vasecka.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Fantastic. That's definitely reason to celebrate. Thanks for everybody's comments. I want to thank staff member Zach Covington and Five Valleys Land Trust staff member Derek Goebel for your excellent presentations and your dedication to this work, and then members of the public that came down, not only for your interest in this, but I know both of you are longtime volunteers and have spent a lot of your effort in making sure there's conservation efforts like this happening in partnership with the public and private sector. This is an excellent project moving forward, and I just want to concur with the comments that were shared tonight. This is really exciting for all of us. Thank you very much. All right. We'll go ahead and move on to our next agenda item then. That is 5.2, our Missoula 2045 Land Use Plan. And we will start with a brief staff presentation by Benjamin Brewer tonight. Mr. Brewer, when you're ready.
Thank you. Am I coming through okay on the mic here? All right. Well, thanks for having us tonight. I'm Ben Brewer, a planning supervisor in the Community Planning Division of the CPDI department. I'm joined tonight by Aaron Pahan, our department director, and Laval Means, the planning manager for Community Planning Division. And on behalf of staff and our larger team, I just want to apologize for the sweaters that we're wearing tonight. That's so boring. That's it. Yeah. That's my one joke for the presentation. So that was okay. So we'll provide a brief presentation this evening, mainly to provide an overview of the adoption process to get us to where we are today, which is final consideration of the land use plan, and to focus on any potential amendments to the plan. As a reminder and to set the stage, the goal of the Our Missoula project is to update our development codes to better align with our policies. With adoption of the new land use plan, the city will establish and clarify its policy direction related to land use, having given special attention during this process towards issues related to housing, equity, climate resilience, and connectivity. Once adopted, the plan will lay the foundation for the upcoming effort to update our codes to better reflect our vision for Missoula and ultimately support the outcomes that we desire as a community. The land use plan aims to carefully weave together and balance various components in order to create the land use plan and place type map, which we have spent the last several meetings to explain in detail. In general, the land use plan is a result of the following: a wide range of analysis, both as is required by state law and also related to the initial phases of the Our Missoula project, building on related policy and planning efforts, and incorporating the community feedback we received throughout the project, and which informed a preferred future growth scenario. This slide here is a recap of the land use plan adoption process. The public review period for the plan was held between October 11th through October 31st. During the public review period, staff brought informational updates to both the Planning Board on October 15th and to Council's Land Use and Planning Committee on October 16th. Those meetings were used to orient those groups, as well as the public, to the draft plan contents, and were set up to largely mirror the same public presentation that was provided at community events during that public review period. Following the end of the public review period, staff evaluated the comments received and made several updates to the plan, resulting in the adoption draft that is what has been shared for review and consideration through the adoption process. The public hearing to receive Planning Board's recommendation was held on November 19th, and the adoption draft was shared out publicly into the Planning Board the week prior to that. At that hearing, the Planning Board unanimously recommended approval. And after receiving the Planning Board's recommendation, staff brought an informational presentation to provide further context for the plan and to report back on the issues and concerns that were raised at the Planning Board hearing to the LUP committee meeting on the December 4th, and followed up the next week to hold the formal public hearing with council on December 9th. The Land Use and Planning Committee followed the public hearing with a committee meeting on December 11th that included asking questions of staff, hearing further public comment, and holding discussion amongst the committee around potential amendments to the plan. And that leads us to tonight, where council will give final consideration based on additional public comment that has been received throughout the adoption process and potentially tonight as well, and with consideration for potential amendments to the adoption draft of the plan. These are the materials associated with the hearing and which are available through the meeting referral. Just a couple of notes on the materials listed here to point out. Item number 1, the resolution document has been updated with a modified motion for tonight's hearing. Items 8 through number 8 through number 11 are newly added to the referral since Friday of last week. They include an additional staff recommended changes memo, a memo summarizing recommended amendments by the LUP committee last week, most recent public comments that were received since last week's LUP meeting, and recent staff presentations. And there were additional public comments that were emailed to council just previously before this meeting as well. The land use plan featured a robust engagement process designed to involve a broad range of community members through various in-person and virtual opportunities. These included public events, stakeholder meetings, presentations, tabling, opportunities for written comments, social media posts, and newsletters. We've held around 150 outreach opportunities with stakeholder groups, 18 formal community-wide events, 20 presentations to the various boards and council, and 17 meetings with our Missoula Community Advisory Group throughout the project. Not included in these numbers are the dozens and dozens of one-on-one meetings that we've had with individuals and community partners to stick to our mission of building relationships and building trust. Our engagement approach included efforts to better serve traditionally marginalized and underrepresented communities that haven't historically had a seat at the table. This effort was supplemental to our typical process of engaging community members, business owners, landowners, government agencies, development community professionals, and other stakeholders. In our outreach focused on the land use plan public review draft, the period itself, we held 6 community-wide events, 5 presentations to stakeholder groups, sent requests to organizations and agencies for comment, and provided a number of ways to provide comment on the draft plan online. In total, we received roughly around 1,000 comments on the draft plan through these different venues. And the support of the engagement efforts during the cycle was to confirm that the draft land use plan resonated with the community and to identify areas of concern to potentially rectify in the adoption draft of the plan. Each of the comments that we received was recorded, reviewed, and analyzed by our team for potential updates to the public draft of the plan. A detailed list of all the updates made between the public review draft and the adoption draft is outlined in the staff report. At the planning board hearing on November 19th, the planning board voted unanimously to recommend the adoption of the land use plan. At that time, they added an addition to the motion that City Council take public comment into consideration. And we've continued to receive public comment since the planning board hearing, and those have been shared out to council and added to the referral periodically. Tonight, council will be considering several potential amendments to the plan. These include a series of staff recommended changes and amendments directed by members of council. So I'll just walk through the proposed amendments that we know of to date and then pass over to council for your consideration. First, there are a series of amendments that staff proposed through a staff recommended changes memo that was shared out ahead of the public hearing on December 9th. And they include a narrative clarification on page 20, the addition of the RMH zoning district to the list of comparable zoning districts for residential and mixed-use place types, an edit to neighborhood greenways on page 101, an edit to regional mixed-use street types on page 106, and additionally added language to the adoptions and amendment chapter on page 112, and updated a new action statements on pages 118 and 121. Again, these are detailed in the staff recommended updates memo. At the Land Use and Planning Committee on December 11th, the committee recommended 2 amendments to the plan. The first would be on page 70, related to the summary language for the limited urban residential place type, and is detailed here with the updated language shown in red. And the second amendment is to the place type map to redesignate an area in the Rattlesnake neighborhood from urban residential low to urban residential high. The result of the change is what is shown on this slide. Both of these amendments are detailed in the Land Use and Planning Committee recommended amendments memo. A second set of staff recommended changes was shared out in staff's presentation to the LUP committee on the 11th and detailed in a separate memo titled Additional Staff Recommended Changes Memo on Friday, December 13th. And they include the following recommended changes. On page 77, adding the M1R zoning district to the list of comparable zoning districts for urban mixed-use high place type. On page 117, making corrections to the roles table in the implementation chapter as shown. And also generally acknowledging that some editorial and formatting changes will need to be made to finalize the document, and that the most recent public comment will need to be recorded by adding into the community engagement summary. Additionally, staff recommends that the timeframes for actions related to code updates for cannabis-related uses be amended to an immediate timeframe, as staff anticipates that this is work that will be incorporated into the code reform phase of the Missoula project. And again, these recommendations are available in the additional staff recommended changes memo. And finally, there is an additional recommended change to the place type map that staff is recommending tonight to the place type map. Staff recommends this change in response to recently received comments, and based on these have re-reviewed the place type map designations in the West Broadway region, especially around the area designated as industrial and employment in the commercial park north of the airport, the area shown here on the slide. After review, staff concluded that there were several properties mapped as industrial and employment that should instead be assigned a mixed-use place type based on the relationship to their current zoning. Ultimately, we took too broad a stroke when initially designating these specific parcels as industrial and employment. The primary concern being that the application of the industrial and employment place type on these parcels precludes the development of housing, which would currently be allowed by the existing zoning. And that runs counter to our goals. It was not our intention, and we appreciate the opportunity to remedy this prior to adoption. With this in mind, staff recommends that the place type map be updated for the following parcels. The parcels associated with 5065 Expressway, currently zoned M1R2, should be redesignated from industrial and employment to urban mixed use low. And the parcel associated with geocode number 042199011022900000, shown on the slide, currently zoned C2, should be redesignated from industrial and employment to limited urban mixed use. Additionally, staff recommends that the parcels associated with 6355, 6500, and 6600 Padre Lane, which includes the DeSmet School and is currently zoned M1R, be redesignated from industrial and employment to limited urban mixed use, and also that the parcel addressed at 6170 Butler Creek Road, currently zoned C2, be similarly redesignated to limited urban mixed use. That concludes staff's presentation, and here is the motion for your consideration tonight. As a note and a reminder again, this motion has been updated from the original referral to incorporate discussions through the adoption process, and staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Brewer. And so for process-wise, I think we'll move to questions from Councilor Nugent, and then we'll hear all three of the motions that are on the agenda. One, the restated main motion, and then the other two. Does that work for you? Or
I want to clarify that the two other motions on the agenda really aren't new motions. They were amended in committee, so we just need to incorporate them when we restate it. But we can go to council comment first because I actually need staff to send me the memo that they were just referencing so that I can incorporate those into the motion as well, because I'll accept them as a friendly.
Great. And that motion you're referring to, is that only from this last Friday or today, or the last two memos that they prepared?
All the staff recommended changes.
That should be listed as item number 23 on the attachments in the record.
Perfect.
Okay. Excellent. That's great. Thank you very much for the clarification on process. So we'll go ahead and move to questions from council. And Councilor Nugent, your hand is raised. Is it partly because of the process there? Okay, great. So Councilor Sherrill.
So I have a question on process. On the amendments, since they did not pass unanimously, would we vote on those separately? And if not, I would make a motion that we vote on them separately.
Councilor Nugent?
No, the amendment was put on the floor on Monday night and sent to the motion was put on the floor Monday night and sent back to committee for a working session. So the amendments that passed are part of the motion that's on the floor now.
Could we have someone weigh in on process if we can separate those? Is there any way to separate those in our rules?
Separate the friendly amendments, the amendments that were
They weren't friendly amendments. They were amendments that we voted on Wednesday that did not pass unanimously.
But that, I mean,
I see your.
Mr. Sudbury can.
Yeah, I'd like to.
You guys can sort it out.
Mr. Sudbury.
Yep, Ryan Sudbury, City Attorney. I would say, like Mr. Nugent said, they're part of the proposal that's on the floor. If you want to strip them out, you'd have to make a motion to amend the proposed action to strip out what's already been added. But you can do that to remove something that you find, or any one of you finds that you think it shouldn't be part of it. There's no rule against that, even though you've already voted on it.
Because we haven't seen it's a strange, I believe you that that's how it should go, but it's a strange rule since Monday. We didn't look at any of these amendments on Monday night. So I would vote that I would make a motion for the second amendment to the land use plan and the rattlesnake, that we strip that and vote on it separately, I guess. I don't know if that's exactly the wording I'm supposed to be using, but.
So you're putting an amendment on the floor now?
I guess so. I guess that's what I'm doing.
Okay. So we're in questions from council. Okay. We hadn't heard the main motion yet. There's already an amendment. Do we want to hear the main motions first before there's an amendment to those motions? I'm thinking we would for procedure purposes.
Well, I think the motion was put on the floor last week, and then it was amended at committee, and so it's back.
It's back in its full version, the way it's printed on the agenda there.
That's what I'd say, yeah. I mean, you could go through the sort of parliamentary, just to make sure that you're all right, but I think the motion's on the floor. That's what you guys are considering now. It's what the staff has been presenting on, so.
Okay. Councilor Becerra?
Just procedurally, it looks like we have 3 separate motions. The last one is a motion to amend the land use plan. So can we just vote on each one of those motions and at the time of, and have council comment on it? These are not lumped together. These are 3 separate motions, and Ms. Sherrill is speaking about the last motion. So I don't see why we have to make any amendments. We just take each one of these motions separately and speak to them.
You can do that. Typically, the procedure that you guys use is consider everything together and then sort of vote all at once. But if she's proposing an amendment now to take part of one of those elements out or change one of those elements, I think that's in order.
Okay. Clear as mud, but someone else.
Clear as mud, yes. Mr. Pickle?
I agree with what Mr. Sudbury said related to that you could treat those amendments that were voted for and approved on Wednesday as part of this, but I think that should be part of the amendment practice piece and not at the moment where you're taking council questions and then public comment and then the amendments practice should come.
Yep. Because there are a host of other amendments that will be considered this evening. So if we can go ahead, Councilor Sherrill, and hold yours until...
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. So we're going to come back that the main motion is on the floor. Just because this is a little bit, because of the procedural elements, I would ask Councilor Nugent if you would reiterate the motion that is on the floor for the purposes primarily of public comment, because then we will invite the public to come up and comment on these motions, and then we'll move forward with parliamentary debate, which will include taking amendments. Does that sound okay?
Okay, would you like me to do that now?
Please.
Okay. And
thank you.
To clarify.
But before we do that, I think we have another question from Councilor Vasecka. I don't know if I got through all the questions first. Okay. Sorry about that. Councilor Vasecka.
Yeah, I guess, does this set a precedent that any amendment that goes through on a Wednesday that I don't like, that I voted no on, but it did pass, that means I can bring it back up on the next Monday night? Because that is essentially what's happening here, or with Amber's motion. I just want to make sure I'm hearing that right.
Councilor Nugent?
I mean, I can't speak to precedent. There are people smarter than me who can. We put the motion on the floor last Monday night and sent it back to committee as a working session. And so we were able to, much like we have in previous land use things, we were able to make amendments in real time that then changed the motion, which comes back to the floor. So my intent tonight would be to read the motion, which incorporates the amendments that were made Wednesday in the working session. And then if Councilwoman Sherrill wants to make a motion to undo something, she can do that. The agenda is a little bit confusing to me because it's not, like, it should not be presented as 3 separate motions, because those second 2 were voted on to amend the original motion in committee. So
and they were voted affirmatively.
They were voted affirmatively. So
we can clarify that now. I apologize. I was out of town last week, so it was a little confusing to me, and I didn't incorporate the working amendments in as finalized, but we can do that.
And if we were to do that, then Councilor Sherrill's amendment could still be heard. You would just basically make an amendment to change that out of the motion. Okay. So for clarification, Councilor Vasecka, did you get your question answered? This is not setting precedent, but rather the public hearing was closed. The motion was made at the end of the public hearing on Monday. It was then sent back to committee where that work was done, and the motion was basically amended there and voted affirmatively for all the language that you see on the agenda tonight.
Yeah, it's clear. I don't know if I like it, but I'll go along with it. Thanks.
Thank you for your question. Appreciate that. Okay, any other questions from council? Okay, not seeing any then. Councilor Nugent, will hear the motion.
All right. I move the City Council adopt a resolution to adopt the Missoula 2045 Land Use Plan and Place Type Map as Missoula's new governing land use plan as recommended by Planning Board. Through this action, the City of Missoula is repealing the Missoula City Growth Policy 2035, the associated future land use map, and repealing all existing neighborhood plans developed prior to the adoption of the 2045 land use plan, except the 2023 Missoula Midtown Master Plan, the 2020 Swatupkin Master Plan, and the 2019 Missoula Downtown Master Plan, which shall remain effective and controlling and adopted as area plans under the 2045 land use plan after taking public comment into consideration and incorporating amendments from staff recommended changes memo dated December 5th, 2024, and the additional staff recommended changes memo dated December 13th, 2024, and additionally the 2 amendments that came out of the committee meeting last Wednesday, which date I'm blanking on.
December 11th.
December 11th.
Okay. All right, with that, the motion is on the floor. We will open this up to public comment. We ask that public comments are kept to 3 minutes. I'll help you keep time up here. Mic is on, and anybody wishing to make public comment on this agenda item is welcome to now. Come on up. And please share your name for the record, please. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sue Holden, and I'm with the East Missoula Community Council. Aaron, Emily, and Ashley came to our community council meeting last Tuesday and gave a great presentation on the proposed 2045 land use planning map that includes all of East Missoula County, East Missoula. As Missoula County residents, we were not aware, nor were we included in the city's initial community outreach of East Missoula being fully included in the city's 2045 land use planning map. County residents had no reason to be watching the city process. Since their presentation last week, we feel that a public meeting with those ladies, perhaps at Mount Jumbo School, would be extremely beneficial for the residents of East Missoula. If we are going to be wholly included in the city's plans before annexation and rezoning, we strongly believe we deserve to be included and heard. This outreach would help bridge that gap of communication. We respectfully request that City Council vote to delay the final vote until February, or at least February 2025, in order for us to schedule a public meeting at a mutually convenient time with Aaron, Emily, and Ashley as presenters. Given that the holidays are upon us, January is the earliest we can put something together. Aristotle once said, "It is not enough to win the war, it is more important to organize the peace." Thank you. We appreciate your time and consideration of the East Missoulians' request.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Holman. All right, additional public comment, come on up.
Greetings, Council. My name is Thomas McClure, and I am on the strategy team of Common Good Missoula and an employee of All Nations Health Center. I've also had the privilege of serving on the community advisory group for the Our Missoula project. I want to express gratitude to the city staff, city council, and the mayor for their commitment to working with us on Common Good Missoula on the project and beyond. In the last quarter of 2022, as you all saw, relationships were built with our collective, and we were able to host an event unveiling the project. From there, we went directly to the community and to collect stories, concerns, and learn the needs of the various populations and brought them forth at various points in the project. So overall, I just want to say that Common Good Missoula is in support of the amended Our Missoula land use plan, and we hope that we can continue to work together for the remainder of the project. This will ensure that the process is community driven. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClure. Additional public comment, come on up.
Hi, Ann Rupp-Calvis, not a city resident, county. My interest in being here is with regard to the property out at Fort Missoula. The zoning is being changed from OP3 to civic lands. It was interesting to hear discussion about the value of the land out at Grass Valley that you approved the purchase of, which I heartily endorse. It came to me after Jim Brown spoke that the land behind the hospital on the bluff at the fort is also very important bird habitat. And if you value that, as you seem to do, I would suggest that you consider the vagueness in the new plan as to the possibility of development of residential housing under the civic status. It doesn't seem to be promoting that, but it also seems to allow for that as being possible. So I would just ask that you also consider the value of that land for wildlife habitat. It is equally as important in the Audubon designation for Grass Valley. That property is the samely valued. So I would ask, keep that in mind. Please somehow make clear about the possibility of developing housing under this civic designation. I would ask you to please not let that happen. That the fort, as you know, has its own value. It doesn't have water coming up, but it's near water. So just please make clear the housing situation. Please acknowledge the value of the land for the bird habitat and wildlife. I guess that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Rip-Calvis. Okay, other members of the public wishing to make comment tonight?
After that rousing rendition of the Bobcat fight song, I thought it might be safe to take off my jacket. So, good evening. My name's Dave Ashworth. I've been a Missoula resident for about 24 years, and I'm here to speak to you as a father and a grandfather. My youngest daughter and her partner live in a tiny apartment across from Walmart. They both work 40 hours per week. They'd like to start a family, but they can't afford the housing costs in Missoula. I'm also a grandfather. My eldest daughter has two sons, and she has a very good job, and she would like to move back to Missoula area, but again, the housing costs here are prohibitive. I have a son that lives in Kansas has a son and a daughter, and they would also like to move back to Missoula, but again, they can't afford the housing costs. So when it comes down to having more housing, that's where I stand. If that means not having as many parking spots, I'm okay with that. If that means living with higher buildings around me, I'm okay with that. And if that means more compact development, I'm also okay with that. Families need to be together. I urge the council to keep all their options open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashworth. Other members of the public that wish to make comment on this agenda item, come on up.
Amber Schaefer, Makiapiye. Hello and good day. My name is Amber Schaefer, and I'm here tonight as a member of Common Good Missoula. And I just really wanted to get up and say thank you to city staff, because we've been working on this for like 2 years. And just getting to know Aaron and Ben and Emily and Ashley B-Dubs. I just wanted to thank them for their hard work on really getting us here today. As I shared with city staff when I got to know them, I was raised to be a really proud North Sider. My aunt likes to joke that subconsciously we stagger our vacations, so there's never, the North Side is never left without 3 Schaefers within the boundaries. And something that has always bothered me is that although I want affordable housing for all Missoulians, I just had hoped that other neighborhoods could help bear that burden of that infill. And I'm glad that that is something that's possible with this new land use map. I'm also an enrolled member of the Sistin Wahpeton Oyate, so we're 2 Dakota bands of the Greater Sioux Nation. So our reservation is in the very northeast corner of South Dakota and a little into North Dakota. But yeah, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the city staff for I'm getting emotional, I didn't mean to. I swear I'll get up here one time and not cry. But for really putting a concerted effort to include the Indigenous population's input in this whole process. And so just acknowledging that the land that we call Missoula was so deceptively taken from the Salish Kalispel Bay people, that to now that we can have strong Native input, not just at the table, but really involved in the process from like that kickoff event to all those listening sessions in the neighborhood. Able to give comment today. I just think that that's something that as a community that we can be really proud of and is a step in the right direction for relations between non-natives and Native people in this valley and really in the West. So to Mayor Davis and to council and to city staff, I just wanted to say Pidamia. It's often translated as just like a thanks, but really it means more like your actions have made me grateful. And so I just wanted to share that with you guys tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing tonight, Ms. Schaefer. All right, other members of the public, come on up.
Hello, my name is Susan Mason, and I'm a member of the Franklin to the Fort neighborhood, Neighbors in Action. And we've been working on this, like Amber said, for about 2 years, talking to our neighbors, finding out what's important to them. And I also wanted to thank the mayor. The staff has been great. They said there was like 1,000 comments. I think I made probably 20 or 30 of those, and they were very patient. We had a lot of great ideas. Many of them were accepted and put in the plan, so we appreciate that. And we're just looking forward to working further with the city staff, the mayor, everyone on the city council to move forward and hopefully come up with some solutions for lower income housing and all of the challenges that face us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Come on up.
Dr. Alan Noonan. I'm a parishioner with St. Francis Xavier and with Common Good Missoula, a member and a proud Northsider, as Amber mentioned. I want to thank the city, staff and the council for all their hard work on this plan and their willingness to adopt amendments that we approve of and work on the language of this important bill that leads us all in towards the future. I want to thank you all very much and wish you very happy holidays.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. Other members of the public wanting to make comment, come on up.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Snorsky, and I live in the Rattlesnake neighborhood, and I just wanted to say that I also have been involved with the process and the community engagement throughout the last couple years in regards to this new plan, and I thank you all for the comments and the great conversation and listening to us, and staff for making amendments. And in my professional life, I am a real estate appraiser, and I see on a daily basis with properties that I appraise within the Missoula community and outside of the Missoula community, how many of our young members continue to move out of the city so that they can just afford a place to live, to start their own family. And I feel like this new plan really has some great options for people to actually just stay in the city and contribute to our community. And I would urge you to just look at all the work that's been done, and thank you for being able to move forward so that we can make this happen and see how everything just kind of folds out. There's another process after this, and there's still more time to dig through the nitty-gritty, but overall, it's a great plan as is, and it would be nice to see us move forward to the next step. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Norsky. Other members of the public wanting to make comment tonight? Come on up.
Thank you, Mayor Davis and council members. I'm Len Broberg. I'm a Patty Canyon Parviews neighborhood resident for going on 30 years. I too am here as part of Common Good Missoula. I've worked extensively with the staff, Emily, Ben, Ashley, Laval, and Aaron, among others, and would really like to acknowledge that this work has been terrific. It has resulted, I think, in a major step forward in increasing affordability and equity in our community. I especially appreciate their willingness to include the visitability incentive as part of the plan going forward. I think that's very important to serve our population's desire to age in place, and also those that face mobility limitations. So I urge you to adopt this plan with the staff recommended amendments, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Broberg. Other public comment tonight?
Hello, my name's Carrie Schreiber, and glad to be here and be learning so much about your process, all the work that's gone into it. Two pieces that are important to me. I appreciate that the Midtown Master Plan is still going to be relevant, even with the adoption of this plan, because that does show some of my priorities in there, and I hope that it will be fully considered the compatibility to existing neighborhoods. I know that was an amendment that was maybe going to be changed. It sounds like it wasn't. The kept compatibility to existing neighborhoods. I'm in a 1 to 3 story mixed use neighborhood that under this new plan, we are urban mixed use high 8 story maximum, and going right from 1 story residences up to 8 stories, we need a little buffer in there. I'm really hoping that can be done in a slightly more gentle way. I appreciate that the sensitive lands evaluation is something that is going to be a priority. And the riparian area, I spoke with someone from Audubon today, and they said, we didn't even know this little area was back here. We can't wait to come take a look at it. But that sensitive riparian area right in the middle of town is a unique treasure that could be an asset to everybody involved. And riparian areas in town are limited and critical, and they're important to the community and our values. So I, again, am just really trusting that the Midtown Master Plan is still going to be important in that compatibility in the neighborhood, and consideration to sensitive lands are also going to be important in this process. It'll make it a much more wonderful neighborhood if it is incorporated.
Thank you, Ms. Schreiber. Other members of the public wanting to make comment tonight, come on up.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, members of the council. My name is Teresa Martinowski, and tonight I'm here wearing a couple of different hats. First of all, I am a 40-plus year resident of East Missoula, a homeowner out there. And with my other hat, in my professional life, I serve people and support people who are most in need of housing and can least afford it, people that with disabilities and on lower fixed incomes. So I have to kind of look at this whole situation in 2 different ways. But as far as East Missoula is concerned, I do understand where Sue is coming from, because although we are still technically part of the county, there are many pieces around us that have been annexed into the city, which affects the overall flavor of the community in East Missoula. And for the 40-plus years that I've lived out there, one of the things I have loved the most about it is the sense of community out there. And as we've added more and more apartment buildings out there, we see less and less people participating in community events, which is really sad to see. In fact, I'm wondering how the multi-building apartment complex that's being put out there right behind Ole's is going to actually serve families with children when the place they have to play is a street that's fairly busy, a parking lot right in between a casino and a cannabis store. You know, I understand the need for change, I understand the need for growth, but it's also been said many times throughout this process that one of the desires is to keep the flavor of the community, the sense of the community. And in parts of East Missoula that have been marked as urban residential high, I can't imagine anything bigger than a duplex on some of those lots. That includes my own neighborhood. Right now, people that own multi-parcels out there have divided them and put houses on them, and that's great. I can't imagine a 3-story building 2 lots down from my house. It just wouldn't fit with the whole flavor of the neighborhood. On the other hand, I do support, though, the visitability that's been written into this, the desire to look for incentives towards to developers to provide affordable housing. And I just hope that you'll consider what East Missoula had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Martinovsky. Other members of the public that wish to make comment tonight? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else in the audience. All right, come on up.
B.K. Montana. What I've been hearing from the speakers of this audience and participating, let's keep these high-rises out of the nice neighborhoods that I see riding around. And East Missoula is quite unique, as a lot of portions of our city. Let's focus these high-rises in this blighted area of downtown. Leave them out of the residential areas and put an eyesore that the neighborhood wouldn't like. Several weeks ago, somebody was in here putting a high-rise amongst those ranch homes. Let's not allow the nice quaintness of our city be desecrated by these high-rises amongst these nice communities. They can be strategically put. And these family apartments need to be located close to the schools, not a couple miles away from the schools. Schools are a focus of an activity of the community. And those high-rises of apartments in East Missoula, those are adult apartments because there is no facility within the area outside of the school, how many blocks away, which is a nice vast area. That's where I would put multi-family housing units next to the community. I would not park them amongst the residential, and there's areas that could be redeveloped. Let's think about developing our riverfront property to enhance the cash flow that's going to come in the future, where 93 will be outdated to light rail. And these other communities are going to expand, and they'd like to come and have an enjoyment. Let's do some real strategic planning on our riverfront as a mecca. If you want some help, go to Green Bay, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They developed their riverfront to a cash flow mecca.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Spitzmacher.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Davey, here with Common Good Missoula, and we don't want to keep you here all night, but I do just want to really drive home and reiterate our gratitude to the staff and to council and to Mayor Davis for all the work that's been done on this project. And as I mentioned in committee, we can really tell that staff and council members have been very responsive to hearing from constituents and are trying to get all these last things sorted out. At this time, we support the pass of the plan with the staff recommended changes and are looking forward to celebrating with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Davey.
Hi, my name is Gwen Hoppy. I live in the Riverfront area, and I followed this process. I went to a few of these sessions. I enjoyed them. It's overwhelming. It's a big deal. It's kind of scary going into the next 20 years. We don't quite know how it's going to go. We're trying to keep the cool in Missoula, but so many people want a piece of that cool. What do we do? And I appreciate a lot of parts of the plan. I followed Common Good some, and I appreciate what they have added to it. But I think it needs a little bit more time to soak in. I don't think we should rush it. I know it's been a process. But I was especially concerned for two examples, like the East Missoula. I don't live out there, but I appreciate it. And if their East Missoula is going to be sort of planned, they have a plan for it, but they weren't really involved because they're part of the county, that's a problem. And I think that really should be considered. I'm also concerned about that riparian area out at the Midtown. Little things like that, not little, they're big things actually. They matter, and that keeps some of the cool in Missoula. And so I'm trying to make sure that some of those things can survive amongst these high rises and things that are going to happen. So thank you very much, and thanks for all your work.
Thank you, Ms. Hoppy. Any other members of the public in the room that wish to make comment? All right, not seeing anybody in the room here. Oh, come on up.
Nah, we'll wrap it up for you. Hi, my name is Derek Hitt. I'm resident here in Missoula, Montana. I took off my hat because I want to speak as a resident. So with that being said, I applaud you for this plan. My only concern is the high density areas, because we have seen in recent years some of those areas have brought in less than savory characters to develop those. And quite honestly, I am tired of seeing exploited workers come in under, let's just say it how it is, criminal organizations that are exploiting those people. Tired of it, and I know that it's going to keep coming because these are opportunities for them to make money off of those people, and I would just suggest that we police it a little bit better.
Thank you, Mr. Hitt.
Hi, Jana Richter, R-I-C-H-T-E-R. Just wanted to, after many times of hearing from me, express how excited I am to continue on the process from the land use plan to the unified code process. Excited to engage the community in more creative ways with the city. Am really so grateful for the work the city engagement team and staff have done here. And I just wanted to offer that a reminder that Missoula has for a long time prided itself on being a community that welcomes all, that stands up for its neighbors, that does the work to provide connective community, cool community, the eclectic community we all dream of. And this land use plan will help us build something beyond ourselves for future generations, will help us really vision toward a safer, more connected, more accessible community for all of our neighbors, regardless of their income, regardless of their background, in a time when, especially, regionally and around the country, a lot of people are not feeling welcomed by the communities that they live in. This is a really great opportunity through this land use plan to say yes to neighbors, to say yes to the character and the characters that already live in our neighborhood, the characters who are dreaming of moving to this neighborhood, to the generations that we hope to raise in this community with the values of collective hope and care and love, even if that does yeah, even if that does mean, being really bold now and having to step outside ourselves and think about the future of our community. So I do really implore you all to say yes to this plan. It is putting us on the right side of history to pass pro-housing policy that works for everyone and really, really works for everyone. And thank you for doing it. Thanks.
Thank you, Jana. All right. Anybody else in the audience tonight? Anybody else in the room that wants to make public comment? Okay. Not seeing anybody. I'll move online to see if there's anybody online that wants to make public comment on this agenda item. And I see Amy Sillenberg. Amy, hopefully you can unmute on your side there. Anybody seeing if she's able?
Oh, did it do it?
There it is. We hear you.
Okay, sorry. It wasn't working there for a minute. Okay, apologize. I'm Amy Sillenberg, and sorry not to be there in person. This has been a great listening session, even today. I am the executive director at Climate Smart Missoula, and we've been involved over these last few years through listening sessions and table talks, and and also Climate Smart is a member of Common Good, and this has just been a very exciting and excellent process. And so I just wanted to say thank you to the city staff. They've been incredibly open to listening and to hearing from all of us and to trying to balance a lot of community needs in challenging times. So thank you also to Mayor Davis and City Council for all your efforts here. We all know that Missoula is growing, change is difficult, we need more housing, we need affordable homes today and into the future, and just really appreciate that we are trying to puzzle through these really challenging times and situations and trying to accommodate in a most thoughtful and engaging way. So thank you for your willingness to make hard choices and to really think hard about the future. We appreciate that climate and equity have been woven through this plan. No plan is ever perfect. No plan is ever easy. But this has been, it's come to a culmination in an excellent land use plan. So thank you for that. And I and Climate Smart Missoula also urges adoption and look forward to the zoning and coding update to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sillenberg. All right, and let's see, next person online here is Stephanie Lemberg. Ms. Lemberg, hopefully you can unmute there. Give you a second there, Stephanie Lemberg, see if that works. Okay, another couple seconds here. Stephanie, see if you can unmute on your side. Okay. May have stepped away or maybe having some technical challenges unmuting there, but I will go ahead and see if there's anybody else online that wishes to make public comment. All right. I'm not seeing anybody. Okay. Then that does wrap up our public comment for the main motions that are on the floor. We'll go ahead now and bring this back to council comment and parliamentary debate. So, Councilor Nugent, before we get started with that, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I want to clarify, just to make sure that everybody, all the council members are on the same page. The staff amendments that are incorporated, or that we would like to incorporate by consent tonight into the amendment, Ms. Pahan emailed staff, so they were in the attached staff memos, item 23, and they were shared up on the slide, which is also attached to a council email, and we'll get that attached to the agenda as well. So unless any council member has a concern with that, those would be incorporated in the motion. Bob,
all right.
That's the question.
All right, thank you. I see that Councillor Jordan, you have your hand raised, and is this in regards to any clarifying procedural question? Okay, so I'll hold for a second. And Councillor Campbell, do you have a question on the procedural piece before we get started with council comments?
I do.
Okay.
I guess just comment. I'm uncomfortable proceeding with that just as a matter of course addition to the overall package here without having had really much a way of discussion as this, other than passing comments and deliberation, public comment, or anything else on those particular pieces prior to just moments ago when it was mentioned.
Councillor Nugent?
Then I'm happy to put them on the floor. When you decide to take amendments, I'll just put them on as a package.
Okay.
Although we did just take public comment on all of them.
Right, they were announced ahead of the public comment. Okay. That sounds good. We'll go ahead and move on to council comments. Everybody clear? Everybody clear? Do you have another procedural question?
Yeah, there's just one other person with their hand up online wanting to comment on the last one. I think she just put it up right at the end. Lindsay Nugent.
Lindsay Nugent, we already did close out our council comment, our public comment, but we'll go ahead and hear yours now, but then we'll wrap up public comment and move on. Please, thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic. So my name is Lindsay Nugent. I live in Ward 1, and I work for CASA of Missoula, but I'm speaking of my own accord. Right now, I'm at the office wrapping presents for foster kids, and the amount of families we see in this community who can't get their kids back because they can't find housing, or maybe that's the sole reason why, they can't have their kids, is just appalling. So I want to commend City Council and city staff for their efforts to, on this plan. And I just think that anything we can do to get more housing in this community for families now and in the future is essential. Thank you so much for taking me late. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you for your comments, Ms. Nugent. Okay. So we're going to come back now to parliamentary debate, and we'll go in order here. And so, Councillor Jordan.
Thank you. I just have a question for staff based on some public comment we just heard. The folks out in East Missoula, I guess I want to start with, first of all, saying you all did do an incredible effort with your engagement, and I really appreciate that. And I'm just curious, the lack of engagement with the folks in East Missoula, how that might affect passing this tonight, or if there's a plan to reach out to them, what we might be able to learn from them if we were to hold this over so we could have that engagement. Just your thoughts on whether or not we need to hear that, and perhaps maybe a little background about why we didn't do any engagement out there.
Good evening, Erin Pahan with CPDI. So we did of course all of our broad-based community engagement. We did do some information sharing and engagement through our partners at CAPS, which is the equivalent of our department at Missoula County, throughout the duration of the year-and-a-half process that led up to the issuance of the public draft of the land use plan. And then became aware that there were still some groups during that public adoption process that didn't have knowledge of it, so then went out and did some tailored, targeted engagement at that point in time. I think one thing that we have really been focusing on is that we are really relying on the planning work, the deep planning work that Missoula County has already done with East Missoula. And that has guided our place type designations, which Ben can speak a little bit more in depth about. But we're not proposing dramatic shift. That hard work has already been done by Missoula County with their recent land use plan and updated zoning map. And so we work to replicate that through the creation of the place types. Of course, the place types are a vision, right? It's how we anticipate this area could grow out, the opportunities that exist for this area to grow out. It's not zoning, and so it won't dictate growth in East Missoula until such time as individual private property owners apply to annex in with the city of Missoula. And we also have been asked questions about why we're planning for East Missoula and other areas that are kind of around the fringe of Missoula. And so wanting folks to understand too that that's a requirement of SB 382 in the work that we're doing, that we do plan for what's often called the extra jurisdictional zone. And so the area around Missoula where services can be extended to, especially in our utility service area boundary, we are required by law to plan for that area, even if those parcels never annex into the city of Missoula and become kind of bound to our zoning or development codes at that point in time.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Nugent, what are we pointing at?
If you'd like, I can speak a little bit more also to the why we're designating the place types that we are in East Missoula.
Yeah, you bet. Please.
Okay, yeah. So if just to describe it a little bit, the general application of the place types in the East Missoula area is broken out between two place types. One is urban residential high, and that's one that we've been receiving the most comment about, and then also urban mixed use low. And that's applied more specifically along the main corridor that goes through the neighborhood there. And those are meant to align with and generally follow the lead, like Aaron said, of more recent county planning in the urban fringe area of the county. And so those county future land uses correspondingly are, for most of the neighborhood in East Missoula, a live-make neighborhood, which is a combination of residential and some commercial uses that would allow for that. And then along the corridor that goes through the neighborhood is designated as neighborhood center, which is a fairly similar designation as what the place type that we're designating in our land, in the city's land use plan. And so again, we see that for the most part we're trying to follow the county's lead in these areas. And that's generally consistent for most of the area in the county that we're applying these place types to. And again, as we've talked about previously, the one area that we pointed out in the plan as being, needing that further discussion is the why. And then just one other point to make or thing to call out is there have been questions along the way that have brought up, what is the annexation policy that the city uses? Is that the same thing as the plan? And just to make that point again, that the land use plan is not establishing any, it's not establishing a new annexation policy. It's incorporating reference to our existing city annexation policy. We do call out as an action that we think that should be updated, based on the update to the land use plan as a future step and a future discussion, but that's not being taken through at this time or part of this land use plan effort.
Very helpful clarifications. Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. You bet, Councilor Jordan.
Thank you. Not to completely put you on the spot, but do you feel like you've done enough engagement out there to make an informed decision about the plan?
I think in response to that, we would lean on the fact that the county already did really deep engagement, and I think it would have been inappropriate for us to come in and put that work, that 2 years of planning work that they had done aside and start that process over. So instead what we chose to do was honor that process that had already been completed, the deep work that had already been done by the county, and take their lead on assigning those place types in alignment with that work.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councilor Nugent.
Thank you. I actually, this was my line of questioning, and my question was going to be more or less are you comfortable stating that the designations and the place types that we've put in our plan are more or less guided by the already voted on by county commissioners and approved land use and growth policy plan that the county has in place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we would look to follow the county's lead and in future planning efforts to make sure that that alignment continues.
Okay. Councillor Savage.
I just had a procedural question about amendments and when you would like us to bring those. I think several of us have amendments that we'd like to bring tonight.
That sounds great. I think what we'll do is we'll go through a round of questions here and make sure we get clarifying questions. And then once those are wrapped up, then we'll invite amendments to come to the floor. I'm going to start with Councillor Nugent's, all of the amendments that have been coordinated through the committee and through land use chair first. And then we're going to hear amendments individually. We'll have public comment, vote on those, and if they come as a package, we'll deal with them as a package, and then we'll make sure that we hear from individual council members' amendments. Does that sound okay? So just want to make sure anybody else has any questions before we get to amendments. All right. All right. Not seeing any additional council member questions. So now we're going to move on to seeing if there are any amendments, and we know there are. All right, so Councillor Nugent, we'll start with you, please. Thank you.
Indeed, I would move that we incorporate all of the staff recommended changes, both in the memos attached to the agenda, as well as the PowerPoint presentation tonight, into the main motion.
All right. Now, does everybody have a good sense of how many amendments those are? We saw the staff presentation on those. You heard those in committee discussion. Staff have followed up via email to all council members. Okay, there are a set of amendments on the floor as a package. And any questions from council on the amendments as proposed in that package? Oh, thank you. Councillor Anderson?
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Oh, hopefully you can hear me. Or Madam Mayor, sorry. I just wanted to, not to belabor this point, but the one particular amendment that I think Ms. Sherrill was referencing at the very beginning of our conversation, I'm wondering, I think that we should be able to just, I object to having all of the amendments added to the main package. I would like to separate out the specific amendment to be voted on separately, that is in regards to the rattlesnake density, and I'm getting the words wrong, but and not have that added into the package to be voted on as a whole.
Okay.
I think that's what she was trying to get at.
I do believe that is correct. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. And going back to Councillor Nugent.
Respectfully, I only put a motion on the floor to do the staff recommended amendments, because the two things that we did Wednesday night, based on what we said on last Monday night, we sent those back to committee, we did a working sessions, those are part of the package. So if somebody wants to bring an amendment to change those, they can. But the only thing I put on the floor just now was the staff recommended amendments.
Because what was carried forward from the committee is part of the main motion.
Is part of the main motion.
Yes. All right, so Councillor Anderson, are you following that? The main motion includes what will be a later amendment. What just got put on the floor are all of the staff recommended amendments. And I want to just take a moment, take a breath. This is going to be a lot of amendments. There's a lot of information. And I asking Ms. Trimble, do you have the information at hand to be able to share on screen so we can be clear about what is on the floor right now? Aaron, did you email that to Claire by chance? And let's
yes, I can pull that up.
Could you please? Thank you. I appreciate that. It will be helpful for me.
Madam Mayor, while she's pulling that up, so just want to make sure I clarify that I understand Mr. Nugent correctly. This, because we basically amended a staff recommendation to override their recommendation, that is not now added to the package because it is not a staff recommendation.
That's correct. The only...
Okay, then I'm good.
Okay.
we trying to accomplish? Let's get the information on there. See if there's council comments. Then we're going to ask for public comment, right? On each amendment package. It's going to be a long night. It's too much, I think. I think it's way too much. They weren't notified ahead of time. I know. I talked about this. Sorry. Okay. We're walking through these now.
This is the summary version from the presentation, and they're also contained in the memos that are attachments to the meeting.
And those memos are attachments on the city council agenda.
Yes, but this is the short version.
So this is the summary version from the staff presentation today?
Yes.
I'm looking over to staff to see if there's any clarifications that need to be made. You're shaking your head. Hold on 1 second here.
So maybe in conjunction with Claire, this is Lavelle Means with the Planning Office. The staff recommendations are summarized in the presentation that was shared, and on screen, slide 10 and 11. Those made up the first staff recommended changes memo. I think that was number 14 on your attachments. And then slides 14, 15, those are the two that are from the additional staff recommended memo. And then after that, it's slide 16, and 17 that was just the background. So then the other one is related to the map change that is shared on slide 17 and 18. That's the compilation of the staff amendments, recommended changes. The presentation that has the 2 slides in the middle I didn't mention, that's what you're holding on. So those would be all the staff recommended changes.
Thank you. Thank you, Lavelle, for walking through that. Are there any questions on what is the package of amendments on the floor? So I think, Councillor Savage, you might have your hand raised for another amendment. Is that correct? That's okay. That's all right, and I certainly can note you're next. And Councillor Campbell, is this a question around this? Please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So what we just observed there for, it look like pages 17 and 18, those ones out there towards the airport, they're the ones that deal with the email that just came out from Aaron and the industrial, and so it's the same thing.
Yeah, those are the ones in relationship to the industrial areas on West Broadway.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
Okay, absolutely, you bet. Any other council questions on this package of amendments? No. Okay, great. So there are several amendments that have been proposed. They've been presented, and because I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to hear public comment on these, I want to stop now to see if there's any public comment on that batch of amendments. We're going to hear some more, but I just want to check in, see if there's any public comment on these amendments. Come on in. Come on up. Sorry, who's get that?
Can't hear me?
One more time, thank you.
Hey, Lisa Davey, Common Good Missoula. Just to affirm, we support the passage of the staff recommended amendments. 2 of them specifically relate to changes that Common Good Missoula asked for. So we're excited to see these pass. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Davey. Any other public comment on this batch of amendments? Okay, I'm not seeing any in the room. Is there any online for these particular amendments? And it's a public comment on these amendments only. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So for procedural purposes, I think we want to be able to walk through, let's stop for a second. I think it would be helpful to vote on amendments as we take them? Is that appropriate for you? I mean, there's several as we move through this.
I think that if we're going to put amendments on the floor and then take public comment each time, I definitely think we should vote and get that one out of the way.
Me too.
So we're not waiting.
Yeah.
And if that's the route we're going.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, excellent. So now I've heard public comment. I will bring it back to see if there's any comment from council before we go to a vote on that package of amendments. Councilor Carlino.
Yeah, I just wanted to show support for these amendments. They're going to help legalize the potential for hundreds of more housing units in Missoula. And in this kind of got at one of the amendments I brought up on Wednesday to, direct staff to look at what industrial zones we could, turn back to mixed use. And then also some of these areas already allowed for the housing and just had gotten changed to industrial on accident. So I'm glad that staff cleaned up with all these amendments, and I hope we can just support them all.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Carlino. Councilor Nugent?
Thank you, Mayor Davis, and thank you, Mr. Carlino. I think those are great comments, and I just want to commend the staff for jumping into high gear. We got some public comment on Friday afternoon expressing some concern about this one area of industrial that should have been a slightly different place type, and staff, I think, actually, I know worked well past 5 on Friday because I was talking to staff well past 5 on Friday to make sure this was taken care of. They also followed up with the resident who was concerned about it and identified a few other parcels where we needed to make a quick change. So I just want to say that I appreciate the responsiveness to public comment, and I think it's a good example of the feedback that we've taken to try and make this the best plan we can. So
I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilor Nugent. Councilor Jones?
Kind of along the same vein, I've been tracking this for weeks now, and as these small amendments have been coming through, what's fascinating is it's coming from lots of different sources in terms of public comment and on the floor here. So appreciate staff. It's got to be hard to work on something for 2 years and then get it to this point and still have changes. So I just want to say thank you. It's a test of endurance, but you guys are getting it across the finish line.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Any other council comment before we take a vote on this package of amendments? Okay, I'm not seeing any other comment on these then. So, Ms. Trimble, we'll take a roll call vote on this package of amendments, please.
All right, voting on Councilor Nugent's amendment to adopt the staff recommendations as noted in the 2 staff memos and the final addition of the West Broadway zoning from tonight's presentation, beginning with Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
And Anderson.
Yes.
So those are incorporated unanimously.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. All right, great job, and that gets through that set of amendments. Now, Councilor Savage, you did have your hand raised. I'd like to hear your amendment next. And the conversation that we're having on the side here was whether to hear all amendments, as we have done with other hearings in the past. So everybody puts their amendments on the floor. It gives the public the opportunity to comment on everything as a batch. And I'm looking around to see what people's preferences are. We can do that as long as we can articulate it in writing. I think it's helpful. This is a complex issue. It's a big issue. I want to make sure people are able to track all the amendments. So my first inclination was to do one amendment at a time. I don't mean to make this a long and drawn out process. We have a full audience and we have other agenda items. Do you have amendments in writing, or is this all verbal?
I emailed around to council, and Claire has a copy, so we could put it up on the screen if that's helpful.
Yep, absolutely it is. So let's go ahead and take a look at yours. And sharing on screen, Ms. Trimble, is really helpful. Thank you. Okay, Councilor Savage.
Thank you very much. I just have a small amendment to do with parking. It's on page 58, and I would just like to delete the paragraph that is in the red strikeout and replace it with just sort of a less prescriptive paragraph so that we can have a robust conversation about parking.
Okay, I'm just giving a second for folks here.
And I also would like to add that I ran this through staff on Friday, and they kindly looked at it and commented and said they had no reservations about it. And I really appreciate that because I know you guys were dealing with a lot of other things. So thank you very much, Ben, for responding.
Excellent. Great. Glad to hear that. Are there any council questions on Councillor Savage's amendment? Yes, Councillor Becerra.
Thank you. I appreciate having transportation included in that amendment. I'm wondering if Ms. Savage, you'll be willing to also include transit. I think to elaborate on this, I do think that any parking reform will depend on ensuring that the goals of transportation and housing affordability, climate, but also transit be that they align in order to have successful parking reform.
I'm happy to take that as a friendly amendment to the amendment. Is that how it works?
Yeah. Okay. So that amendment has been accepted to the amendment to refer to transit aligning with successful parking reform. So do we want to shape out this language so we understand what's being voted on here?
Yeah, can you repeat the exact replacement you're looking for?
Can we go transportation, comma, transit? Does that make sense? Thank you, Claire.
Like that?
Okay, excellent. Now, I know it has asked everybody what their preference is, but I'm going to go ahead and just stick with my preference as the presiding officer tonight because of the amount of information as far as what's with these amendments. So we're going to go ahead and do each of these amendments individually. I am going to ask that council members get all of their amendments at once. So only going to do one round. So get your amendments ready so we can keep them organized. So Councillor Savage, this is your amendment. Great. So any other questions from council members on this particular amendment as amended? Okay. Councillor Jordan.
Sorry, not to be pedantic, but how do we feel about Oxford commas? And this is not a joke.
We could be here all night, and that is a debate that is alive and well at the city. So how do you feel about them?
I think we need an Oxford comma. But I
think we should add it.
Thank you.
Understood. It is not a joke. I get it.
Original.
Only because I want this thing to go through and us not to be here all night. I'm just going to suck it up on this one because I have 2 journalism degrees and we don't believe in the Oxford comma, but we can fight about that later.
In the science and legal field, we do.
All right. Friendly comma taken. Thank you very much. There are no more council comments, I believe, at this point. So any public comment on this particular amendment? Okay, not seeing any public comment in the room. Any public comment online on this amendment and this amendment only? Okay. All right, you bet. Mr. Chitty, come on up.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Davis, City Council. My name is Chris Chitty. I am with Pro Housing Missoula, and I'm also a resident of the Franklin to Fort neighborhood. I'm standing in support of this amendment. To be clear, I'm not advocating for any specific parking rules at this point. I'm just advocating for being able to have the conversation unfettered by any preconceived notions about what we should be doing before we've really done the research and had the discussions. I'm really excited to talk about parking, and up until this point, whenever I have asked to talk about it, I've been told that we're doing it in zoning code and rulemaking, and so I just want to make sure that that stays that way because I don't want to have missed my opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Sure, come on up.
Len Broberg again. I just wanted to express our support at Common Good Missoula for this amendment. Parking has got to be discussed. It's got to be on the table, and we need to address it. It belongs in zoning. As Chris just said, we agree with that, and we'll have that discussion there. It has to be balanced out with a bunch of other things that are going to happen in zoning so we can see the full package to know where we're going and what the city will look like and what we can support. So I think the language says we're going to have that discussion, and that's where we need to be at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Broberg. All right. Any other public comment on this amendment? All right. Okay, not seeing any in the room. Is there any online? I didn't see any earlier. And I don't see any public comments. I don't see any hands raised online on this amendment. So with that, I'm going to come back to see if there's any final council comments or questions on this amendment. Not seeing any, then Ms. Trimble will do a roll call vote on this amendment as written on screen.
Voting on the Savage amendment on parking, beginning with Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino?
Yes.
Farmer?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Melson?
Yes.
Nugent?
Yes.
Savage?
Yes.
Sherrill?
Yes.
Vasecka?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
And Becerra?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move on to a next amendment. I'm just going to look over Councillor Jones. You have an amendment for us.
Just getting my hand up.
Yeah.
Yes, and Claire, I had emailed you around 5 o'clock. If you could pull up that section of the email. There are two amendments. I think they overlap quite a bit, and they're pretty simple. And can I just talk through both of those?
Please.
Okay. So she'll get that up in a second, but I'll read it out loud. Both of these are in the implementation section. The first one is under Code B coordination, page 120, number 17. Work with stakeholders and the community to develop a comprehensive analysis and approach to mitigating the impacts of growth on sensitive lands. And implementation is listed as 1 to 4 years, and I would like to change that to 1 year or less. Thank you. The second one is Code D under programs. This is also under implementation, page 122, number 17. Institute programs and projects to address sustainability and climate change within city operations, such as repair of aging water mains, water metering, et cetera. The current recommendation is 10 years, and I'd like to change that to 5 to 9 years for implementation, and I'd like to speak to both of these, if that's acceptable.
Please do. Yes, thank you.
Thanks. I'll start with the first one, number 17 on page 20. I think great majority of our sensitive lands are riparian areas, our rivers, I should say, and wetlands. There was a great letter from the Clark Fork Coalition, and I just think it's important to elevate this a little bit in this document. Growth and development, well, first of all, Clark Fork Coalition referenced parts of the plan where we discussed the fact that growth and development are major threats to the health of the watershed, and riparian habitats and wetlands are particularly important because that's where we have biodiversity, and it has a huge role in maintaining our water quality. So I would like to just advance this timeline for staff to analyze and incorporate it. I know that we are asking a lot during the first year. My concern with this first component is, I think with our river corridors and our wetland areas, it's foundational. I think it's important to get that analyzed and clarified and how we're going to approach all of them, because we're doing all of this other work that's going to dictate what's going to be happening on them. So I think it behooves us to have this done sooner. And you can go up and down our river corridor and see areas where there was development over decades and decades past that we're still going to be looking at for decades into the future. So this is our opportunity to get this right. And I know that staff has a huge amount on their plate this first year, and I appreciated their comments. This is a small reprioritization to me. I just want to nudge this closer to the top so that it is part of the conversation. And yeah, I think that covers it. The second thing, the second amendment regarding sustainability and climate change within city operations, we're already doing a lot in this area. We, of course, always need to do more. And so since this is part of our strategic plan, and we emphasize this a lot in our strategic plan, I'd just like to move that from 10 years to 5 to 9 years. I think we have a lot already in the works, and we're going to hopefully continue to expand that. But again, I think it's important to message to the community that this is a highly held value. So those are my two amendments.
All right.
Hope that's clear.
It is. I appreciate the articulation, and thank you, Councilor Jones and Councilor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Councilor Jones, thank you for the amendments. I share the desire to make sure both of these things that are longtime city priorities are maintained. Obviously, as we move forward into the next phase of code reform and the implementation phases thereafter, I do think it's important to note that all of the policies and procedures that are already in place at the city that guide our work don't go away, so that these goals are already, guiding that somewhat. So I was going to hope that maybe staff could speak to maybe why these were prioritized the way they are, and if we have to move anything around for staff time, because I understand in this process that there's only so much capacity to work on things, and maybe just what that looks like.
Yeah, so we approach prioritization by looking at what occurs next in phase 2, that being our primary priority, which is the creation of the Unified Development Code and the associated tasks with that. The reason why that's our primary priority, outside of the urging of the community to get that toolbox in place so that we can start to see our goals around housing and climate and equity actualized, is that there are actually a lot of legal mandates wrapped up in that as well, as it applies to SB 382. So we have statutory timelines that we have to meet to get that code reform complete to come into compliance with that. There are other legal statutory follow-up things that will happen alongside that or in the months following that. We do have a lot of high priorities in what happens next once we reach that secondary milestone of having the Unified Development Code in place and being in full compliance through zoning code with SB 382. Sensitive lands and planning around that is right up at the top already for us. We also know that we need to readdress our annexation policy. We've actually got a pretty long list of things that happen in phase 2 and phase 3 and phase 4. We know this project is not going to end anytime soon because we have a lot of continued planning work to do for our community. And so it's really just a question of prioritization for us. If we're being charged with completing this or initiating this within a year time frame, it just means something else is going to have to shift to later.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and I guess just quick follow-up. Sure. It's probably too difficult to say right now what might shift. They're guidelines as best we can, right? I mean, obviously, if there's things we have to comply with within state law, yep. To a certain extent, those are going to have to be priority, and they might push other items back.
absolutely. I think it's probably too soon to say what prioritization shifts, what the impacts of prioritization shifts would be. I also don't want to discount that we have partners within the city, our Parks Department being one of those who are right there ready to assist us in this work. It could be that we come to council and ask for more resource to assist through consultant support. And so there's a variety of ways that we can prioritize different implementation tasks within the table, and I think we'll just have to stay in close communication with council as we get to those phases, as we're working through that statutorily mandated work, and let you know kind of what those timelines are looking like.
Okay. Councilor Vasecka.
Mr. Nugent asked my question. Basically, I was really concerned from the 4 years to less than a year is a pretty significant change, but it sounds like staff, as always, can handle it. So, yeah, I guess I'm just curious about what will be pushed to a later date, but we won't know that until later. So, I guess I'll be in favor of this. Thanks.
All right, you bet. And I see Mr. Bickle's hand is raised.
I want to reiterate something that Ms. Pahan said. I think there, and just as my administrator's perspective, I think if this is a council priority, the items that we have in the UDC before us and being able to get the actual code and the zoning work on the ground, and that kind of commitment to that core element of creating the UDC is how the work plan is based. And now, this is also a priority, but it's not necessary for that. But I think if it's important, we may have to add capacity, and I just wanted to be just upfront about that we may have to take either a budget amendment or deal with it in the next budget request.
Thank you for that additional context. I can tell you that this has definitely been a robust conversation at our development policy team meetings around how it is that we're prioritizing the overall implementation of a large body of work here. I'll just back up what's been said. Any other council comments or questions on this amendment, rather? Or council, yes, council or comments. I think we already heard public comment on these. Did we? No. No, we didn't. Thank you. Councilor Campbell.
Actually, I think Councilwoman Vasecka beat me to it if she had an additional comment or...
Councilor Vasecka, do you have an additional comment or question?
Yeah, I'm sorry to be so wishy-washy about what Mr. Biggle just said. I am concerned about increasing taxes due to the increased timeline on this, so we will have to increase capacity. That makes me really nervous. So I'm sorry, Ms. Jones. I don't think I'm going to be in support of this, but that's the reason why.
Thank you for your comments there. And anything else, Mr. Campbell?
I would just echo what Councilwoman Vasecka just said. I think Mr. Bickle's comments are well taken. You know, like anything else in the land use plan or the implementation part of the land use plan, I think we always certainly have the opportunity to come back later and revisit this. Certainly we'll have a fiscal year 26 budget coming up to see how, a program like this to be implemented would work within a framework of a future budget. And, things that might be shifted or moved or reprioritized within the framework of an overall city budget, I think that's something that probably needs to be parsed out at that particular time. So for now, I will not be in support.
Okay, thank you. And I do see that those are all the hands raised. It's been kind of a combination between questions and comments. The amendments that Councilor Jones have made are on the floor. We've heard council questions and comments. We're going to move to public comment on these two amendments. And so those two amendments are on the screen for your reference. Are there any public comments on these particular amendments?
Hello, Carrie Schreiber. Quick comment about the discussion of what is a riparian area. That Audubon contact today was affirming that man-made riparian areas have the same value, and this area we're talking about has been resting and growing for 50 years.
Thank you for your resting and grime, did you just say?
Resting and growing.
Oh, resting and growing. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Schreiber. All right. Any other public comment on these amendments? Not seeing any. And any public comment online? Not seeing any. Any final council comment before we go to roll call vote on these amendments? All right, not seeing any then, Ms. Trimble, we'll do a roll call vote on Councillor Jones' amendments, please.
And we want to take them separately, that's correct?
Sorry, yes, please, thank you.
Okay, beginning with Councillor Jones, Code B coordination, page 120, work with stakeholders in the community to develop a comprehensive analysis and approach mitigating impacts of growth on sensitive lands to less than 1 year, beginning with Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Melson?
Yes.
Nugent?
Yes.
Savage?
Yes.
Sherrill?
Yes.
Vasecka?
No.
Anderson? Yes. Becerra?
Yes.
And Campbell?
No.
That passes with 10 in favor and 2 opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Second amendment from Councillor Jones to institute programs and projects to address sustainability and climate change within the city operations, such as repairing of aging water mains, reducing the time period from 10 years to 5 to 9 years. Beginning with Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson. Yes. Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
No.
And Carlino.
Yes.
That's 11 in favor, 1 opposed. That also passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those amendments, they pass, so we'll now move to our next set of amendments. And Councillor Campbell, you had emailed those out to City Council and the City Clerk, the Mayor earlier, so if you'll go ahead and prepare to present those. Ms. Trimble, if you'll go ahead and call those up on screen. Thank you. What are we doing? Ms. Trimble is getting Councillor Campbell's amendments up on screen. Dude.
There they are. Okay.
Yeah.
Ready to go? Okay, thank you. So what I'm proposing here is amendment to some of the language that's within the civic land use place type description designation. And I think from questions and comments I had from committee last week, it was clear to me that there's some vagueness in regards to any and all private property that's within the civic land use type designation in terms of, what exactly can be developed there, be it commercial, be it residential, what have you. And what I'm looking for here is just to add some clarity to folks who own private property within these civic land use type descriptions to have better guidance up front with, what's possible within that land use type. So I'm just going to read them here. 3 particular amendments, and this has to do with pages 84 and 85 of the land use plan, where this particular civic land use type is described and elaborated on. The first thing that I'm amending would be to add a sentence to the main civic land use type description that's on page 84 to state that privately owned lands may be used for residential and commercial development dependent on context and adjoining land use types. So that would be, what's in quotes there would be my first amendment to add that language to that main descriptor that's on the upper left-hand corner of page 84. And then if you were to turn to page 85, you see some language underneath what look like a couple number lines, one for residential intensity and the other for commercial intensity. And I'm asking that those be revised for each one of those. With regards to residential intensity, the bullet point on page 85, to have that restated, residential development may be permitted dependent on context and adjacent land use types. So everything within the quotes is why I'm proposing that be replaced with what's existing there now. I think it's just a bit more clear than the language that was there before was kind of vague. And we've even had some public comment on the fact that that language seemed somewhat vague. The third one is under the commercial intensity bullet point, also on page 85 under that particular commercial graph, stating commercial development may be permitted depending on context and adjacent land use types. So I'm using that language specifically because it's already in the civic land use descriptors for when you talk about community forum, describing any potential land use that takes place or is proposed within a civic zone as dependent on context and adjacent land use. And that language is already there. So I think we're just taking that and applying it to any potential commercial or residential development that might happen there. I think gives clarity for private landowners there now, for any future private landowners, if parcels should be transacted or changed or transferred. I would add, this doesn't do away with any potential overlays, any historic districts or anything along those lines. Those would still be hurdles that would remain in place and that, they'd have to answer to. And I would say also, it's been brought up before in the case of Fort Missoula properties down there, you have 30 plus acres within the civic land use designated that's within private property. This would require, the way I'm proposing it's written, at least the way I'm interpreting is any potential land use or any particular development to take place there would have to do that within the context of consideration of adjoining land use types, be it the urban mixed use low that's adjacent to it to the east, or the previous concern also brought up by public comment was the riparian area, the river, the slough or what have you. That's also designated as open space conservation right now if you take a look at closely to the south there. So those are things that any potential development would have to answer to or contend with if this passes. But overall, I think it adds clarity to any potential private property owners within civic land use types. And I hope that my colleagues can support this and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Campbell, for presenting your amendments and providing context, speaking to those. Any questions from council members? Councillor Jones.
Could staff speak to this adding this language, privately owned lands may be used for residential and commercial development dependent on context and adjoining land use types. I'm looking at the page and page 85. Your thoughts from staff on the impact of this language?
Yeah, I think the impact of the language will be minimal. I think, as stated, staff feel like it's clear that residential development can be permitted on these sites within the confines of other factors that could be captured under context. Historic overlay is the biggest factor I think that we're talking about here as what is, I think, the only privately owned parcel. I don't think any of it, as stated, is inaccurate. I think the real clarity will come through the zoning designations and what's made clear once we have that code on the books. I think our language and Councillor Campbell's language both allude to the fact that residential and commercial are allowable under some specific circumstances. Yeah.
Okay, all right, you bet. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could clarify what residential hall means under the civic land type, place type. Like what specifically could be considered a residential hall?
Do you want to speak to that? Yeah, okay. So it speaks to what has historically been there in the past, which is like a dormitory style building, which has been the type of housing that has been on the fort in the past, and it would be alluded to be replicated under the historic district.
I was just going to take it to the university because civic is in a lot of other public, quasi-public areas. So resident hall, dorm type of facilities related to universities, that kind of thing.
Sure, go ahead.
Would this include something like a high-skilled nursing facility for seniors or some kind of workforce housing, something that's dormitory style, but a different population?
Yeah, I think that's the detail that we'll get into through the creation of the zoning designations when we really start to define, outside of residential could be permitted here, what types of residential. I think we really start to dig into and classify those uses through the zoning designations for that site.
All right, you bet. Any other council questions? All right. Not seeing any additional. Councilor Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Kind of in this particular language in the civic, we've had kind of public comment on both ends of this is too permissive and this is not permissive enough. So I was curious, and maybe this is a Mr. Sudbury question. Sorry to make you pop back up, but could you speak to the risk of designated land that currently has the ability to potentially have residential on it and saying there's no residential potential as it relates to takings? I feel like there's some of the public comment that seem to think that we can designate the private land part of this to basically not be used. And I maybe want to just speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, Ryan Sudbury, City Attorney. In terms of a regulatory taking analysis where you allow all different types of uses on a property except for residential use, I would find it would be hard pressed to make a regulatory takings case out of that. Typically, without getting too far in the weeds, if there is some economically viable use of your property that's left, courts have found that that's not going to be a regulatory taking unless there's some sort of physical invasion of the property, which wouldn't be the case here, where we're just saying you can't have one kind of use, but there's all kinds of other uses that you could put the property to. So I wouldn't think that that would raise a regulatory takings case.
So to be clear, I'm not talking about the civic. I'm talking about if we went further and basically said it's just open space.
So, right. So if you said you couldn't do residential use or commercial or industrial, and you could only have it be open space, That could, unless there's, and again, even in our current open space zoning designations, there's a couple different categories. And some could still allow some economically viable use of the property, but to the extent that there was no economically viable use, you could only have it be open space for wildlife and birds and things like that, then we'd probably be into a situation where there was a regulatory taking.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I think that's important clarification, just given some of the public comment we've received.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Any other council questions on these proposed amendments? No? Okay, all right. I'm not seeing any online either. So we'll move to public comment on these particular amendments, on these 3 amendments that are on screen. Is there any public comment on these amendments?
Hi, Ann Rupp-Kelvis. I'm not sure that I understand how your proposed amendment would affect the area that I'm interested in out at the fort. So I would like to better understand that. I would like to see at the fort the private landowner that owns land that's in the city, that's at the fort, which is the county. It used to warehouse Italians and the internees. It could house smoke jumpers or something. There's Forest Service property out there. If they need to put up a dorm to house smoke jumpers, well, that wouldn't happen. But anyway, I can see that. I just have a good deal of reservation about private development as was proposed, which as was proposed isn't going to happen. So I just would like to understand a little bit better what Mr. Campbell's proposed amendment is, how that's going to affect the area that I'm interested in.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Any others in the room before any other public comment on these amendments in the room? Okay, not seeing any, then I'll next move on to public comment online, and I will go to Mr. Wolf, Max Wolf. Please go ahead and unmute. You're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor Davis and council members. My name is Max Wolf, and I'm one of the owners of the Old Post Hospital in Fort Missoula. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am in support of this. I just am here to hopefully get some clarification that civic place type will have the same development rights as the place type mixed use low. And at that point, the other option for this is changing all public land or privately owned land in the fort area as civic or as mixed use low. The staff has said that there's only one property, which is mine. There's actually 4 different private properties in the fort area being affected by this, with a total of 30 plus acres. And I had sent an email to council today. Thank you for your time and appreciate your consideration on this.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Thanks for your comments. Any other members of the public online that wish to make comment on these amendments? Okay. All right, not seeing any. Thank you. So that wraps up our public comment on these amendments. It comes back to council for council debate. Questions can be asked, comments can be made. There was a question posed in the audience. In fact, I would ask if staff could answer that question that was asked by the member of the public in regards to...
in regards to Councilor Campbell's amendment?
Yes, in regards to Councilor Campbell's amendments, the question that was just asked in regards to the type of development that could be built.
My understanding is, well, as it applies today, it doesn't inherently change the type of development that can be built when taking other constraints into account. It just makes it, I believe the intent is just to make it more clear.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pahan. Any other council comments or questions in regards to Councillor Campbell's 3 amendments that are on the floor? All right, not seeing any. Then, Ms. Trimble, will take a roll call vote individually on each of these 3.
Okay, beginning with the first amendment. You see on your screen, add a 3rd paragraph sentence to the civic land use type. Beginning with farmer.
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Melson,
Yes.
Nugent,
Yes.
Savage,
Yes.
Sherrill,
Yes.
Seeking,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 12 in favor.
Great.
Next vote, the second one up on the screen, revise the residential intensity bullet point on page 85, beginning with Jones.
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Melson,
Yes.
Nugent,
Yes.
Savage,
Yes.
Sherrill,
Yes.
Sika,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Carlino,
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Also passes unanimously with 12 in favor. Final vote in this set, it's the 3rd paragraph, revise the commercial intensity bullet point on page 85, beginning with Jordan.
Yes.
Melson,
Yes.
Nugent,
Yes.
Savage,
Yes.
Sherrill,
Yes.
Sika,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
no.
I think you said Councillor Jones, is that right?
Carlino,
Carlino.
Oh, yes.
it's loud back here, I gotta turn this off. Farmer
Yes.
and Jones.
Yes.
Also passes unanimously with 12 in favor.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Those 3 amendments pass. I know we have 2 more folks. Councillor Becerra has shared an amendment with all of council and Ms. Trimble, and then I know we have Councillor Sherrill's next. Yes?
So while I really wanted to vote on this and speak to it separately, I do think, and I think the rules are weird, but the rules are the rules. So I'm actually, I have no reason to think that there would be a different outcome if I bring this amendment, and I don't like the idea of rehashing things unnecessarily and setting a precedent to do that. So I'm going to speak to I'm going to speak to it when I give my closing comments, and I'm not going to actually bring an amendment. So
Okay.
I don't know if anyone else wants to bring that amendment, but I don't want to set precedents of rehashing things, and I don't think the outcome's going to be any different.
Gotcha. Thank you very much for clarifying that, Councilor Sherrill, and that amendment will take off the list. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Save a little time. Councilor Becerra, would you like to go ahead and introduce your amendment? And Ms. Trimble, I think you have the email there, and you'll bring that up on screen. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is in regards to climate change implementation, I think. God, I can't even read my own. So it is, we received a request from Climate Smart Missoula to make a couple of changes to the implementation action table. And staff has already incorporated the first request, so I'm only going to speak to the second, and that is page 119, implementation actions A44 and A45. They are currently identified as a 5 to 9 year time frame for those. And given the city's climate goals and existing Electrified Missoula campaign, along with many other practices that we have already in place to achieve our goals sooner, the proposal will be to change that time frame to be from 1 to 4 year. So those are priorities for implementation within the code. And yes, what's before you? That's the correct. Page 119, implementation actions, A44 and 45, to make the change from 5 to 9 years to 1 to 4 years.
Okay, thank you very much for summarizing that. And that amendment is on the floor. Any council questions? Oh, please. Councilor
I should
Becerra.
add that we do have staff support. This has been provided for review by our climate team and just now to our staff, but they can speak to it more. Did I leave anything out, Ms. Savage? Okay. All right.
Great. Okay, thank you. Councilor Vasecka.
Thank you. Similar to Ms. Jones' amendments, I was wondering if staff can talk if this would also have the possibility of increasing or having future budget increases in the future.
I don't believe this is a situation where we need additional capacity or budget. I think we were trying to be realistic in terms of other moving parts that need to occur, including some movement at the state legislature to position us to achieve those goals. And so I think this is one similar to sensitive lands where it too is a priority of ours, but there are some moving parts that need to come into place for us to be able to achieve them. And so that's something we'll just stay in close communication with council on if we run into roadblocks that prevent us from meeting those timelines.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you bet. Councilor Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also, going off of questions that were asked during Councilwoman Jones's amendment, and this was asked by Councilor Nugent in that particular amendment, anything that would reshift or refocus, or we'd have to reprioritize within your section for other projects if this were reprioritized or bumped up?
Not at this time. I think not on a more urgent basis in the same ways that we would for those timelines that really are hoping to see us start or achieve something in under a year. I think the 1 to 4 year time frame gives us a little bit more of a forecast in which to assess that. So nothing immediately comes to mind.
Thank you. And one follow-up, if I may?
Sure, you bet.
In task number 45, the incentivization of these different items, does that include, or would that include a plan of any sort of local government subsidy to encourage these programs, or would involve a subsidy using tax dollars at any point in time?
I think that's part of that process, is that we need to, as a city, identify what those incentives could be, whether they're regulatory, financial, tax-based, what's at our disposal today, what tools do we not have the ability to use, and we would need to see some state-level change. And so that's part of that planning process, is identifying what those incentives could be.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you bet. Any other council questions? All right, not seeing any, so the amendment is on the floor and the questions have been answered. Any public comment on this amendment that is on the screen? Come on up.
Alan Noonan with Common Good Missoula Climate Smart, or a member of Common Good Missoula. And obviously the health of our people and climate should be a priority for the council, for the people of Missoula. So we would especially support this amendment, given that the staff support this and believe that this is also a feasible measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, Dr. Noonan. Any other public comment? All right, not seeing any in the room. How about online? Any public comment on this amendment? Amy Sellenberg, go right ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate moving this up, and just note that, you know, reaching these goals will take a community-wide effort. We're Stand to Help, and there's a lot of folks in our community that also will dig in and try to move these things with the urgency that climate demands. So thank you so much, Mirtha, for bringing this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Hillenberg. All right, anybody else online looking to make public comment on this agenda item? Excuse me, on this amendment? Not seeing any. All right, that wraps up our public comment on this amendment, so we'll bring it back to council debate, and I see Councilor Carlino. Please, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm definitely supportive of this amendment and anything that we can do to help mitigate the climate crisis. I just want to bring up that, you know, for 3 years now, we've had an affordable housing climate building incentive program that we have just decided to not fund each year. I brought that budget amendment 3 times, and we've shot it down every year. So I hope that we can make progress in these next 1 to 4 years, but every year that we aren't funding this program that we've already created 3 years ago is just holding us back. So I hope that we can get this passed, find creative solutions that are free, but also finally fund that program that I've been trying to get us to fund for years, that our climate staff made 3 years ago.
Thank you, Councilor Carlino, and Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm satisfied based on staff feedback with my concerns and that of Councilwoman Vasecka, that staff can accommodate this change without having to rework different programs. I also feel like in terms of a fiscal implication that, you know, as it stands now, anything that would be ferreted out in more detail down the line, you know, that'd be addressed as part of any ongoing budget process going forward. So with those things in mind, at this time, I will be in support.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other comments? Not seeing any? Alrighty, then, Ms. Trimble, we will take a roll call vote on this amendment, please.
All right, voting on Councilor Becerra's amendment regarding the implementation actions found on page 119, lowering the implementation timeline from 5 to 9 years to 1 to 4. Beginning with Melson.
Yes.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yeah, yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
And Jordan?
Yes.
And that also passes unanimously with 12 in favor.
All right, great. Thank you very much. I'm looking around, and do we have any other amendments to put on the floor? I don't think so. Okay. All right, folks, I think we made it through all of our amendment process. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the organized fashion by which we did that. I appreciate being able to share on screen. And with that, then, we are going to be able to turn over to the main motion that's been amended. And so I think we've gotten to the point where we have, before the, so Councilor Nugent, I'll look to you to put the motion on the floor, then we'll turn it over to council comment before we take a vote. Does that sound about right?
Yes, but if you need me to read it again, I'm going to have to get all the staff to send me stuff. So
I don't think you need to. I think that we've been tracking this really carefully,
Yes.
and if with no objection, I don't think we need to reread that. We've gotten all the amendments in place. Ms. Trimble's been tracking carefully back in the control room.
Perfect.
So the motion is on the floor, and I will then bring it back to, we've heard public comment on the main motion. We've heard public comment on all of the amendments. So I'll bring it back to any council comment before we take roll call vote. Mr. Nugent.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I just wanted to say thank you to well, everybody for participating in this process. I do want to thank all the staff that has spent countless hours to get us to where we are. And I know that there's plenty more to go on the other side, and we're all excited for it because, you know, well, I guess if you don't think that code reform's exciting, I just don't want to be your friend. But I think that all that time and effort sometimes, I don't want to say goes unnoticed, but I think the public doesn't realize just how much time you all put into this. So I want to say thank you to the staff for all of that. And also all the community members that have organized and brought people together, and all the people who participated in all of the events that our staff put together with all the great outreach. I'm looking at Ms. Britner-Wells on that front. I think this has been a great first step in a great process. And there are little things that I know some people would like to go farther, and there are little things where I know some people are worried that maybe we're pushing too far. But I think that that's the sign of a land use plan that has taken all of the community's input and tried to get to a place where hopefully we can all move forward. And I want to stress that a lot of the nuts and bolts are yet to come, and it is in the next phase. And if my council colleagues thought that the amendment process of this was interesting, I have a feeling that the amendment process of the next phase will be something to behold. So maybe we'll try and be more organized on my end as we work through committee on that front. But I really do want to just state that I appreciate everybody's input. And I really do think that at the end of the day, we are going to adopt a land use policy that recognizes the challenges we face as a community, because growth is here in Missoula, and it's not something that we can simply say, no more growth, and then people are going to stop coming. I think we all know this. We've all talked to constituents. We all know people in the community who are struggling to find places to live and be able to afford to live here even though they work here. And the council and staff and local government can't, with one broad brush, create these solutions. It's teamwork, and it's the public working with government, working with the private sector, working with the nonprofit sector to make a difference. And I think this is a big step in local government doing their part to try and make that better. So I just wanted to, again, just finish with thanking everybody who's put in so much time and effort to help us get here.
Thank you for your comments. Councilor Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I too want to say congratulations to staff, their work they've done over the past couple years on this land use plan. I mean, it's been highly anticipated for quite some time, and job well done. And I look forward to further work on this as we move into zoning ordinance phase, development code phase, and work on those and have it all come together. I mean, it's a exciting time right now. I just feel the need to comment on one particular notion that came up during public comment, and it had to do with the function or the perceived function or theory that somehow higher density development begets criminal activity or more crime or anything along those lines. You know, as many of you are aware, you know, prior to time on council, I was a police officer here in the Missoula Police Department, 23 years, 21 of those years were on the street. And during that time, I've seen all sorts of crime, assault, property crimes, burglary, vehicle thefts, all over this town from one corner to the next, from Grant Creek to Patty Creek to South Hills to Rattlesnake and everywhere in between. And if anything, with regard to density, it's only because there are more residents, be it townhomes or condominiums, or, you know, I live in a townhome myself. I feel I live in a fairly safe neighborhood. You know, that's a function of density. And I think if you broke it down, based on my experience doing this work, you know, that's a function of density. But if you broke it down to ratios, how many homes report crime within a given set amount, I think you'd find that ratio, overall ratio, is the same. No matter, you know, if you're talking in an apartment complex, you're talking at Mansion Heights, you're talking, you know, wherever in town, you know, it's all going to be similar. I think, to be sure, are there areas in town here that are hotbeds of activity because of drugs or whatnot? Absolutely. I mean, hands down, we do have problem areas, and, you know, our law enforcement agencies continue to work on those areas, but that's not just a function of density. I mean, that is much more about socioeconomic conditions. It's about the ability to find affordable housing, particularly if you work in town here. And, you know, this land use plan, in contrast, is trying to address those issues with density, with being able to provide more affordable housing, more opportunities for people to live here in town and be a contributor in town instead of a detriment to community. So it's much more, quite frankly, it's simplistic to say higher density yields increased crime. And, you know, for what it's worth, that's just based on my experience in law enforcement, 23 years here and 27 years altogether. Well, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Councilor Campbell. Appreciate that. Councilor Carlino.
Thanks. Yeah, one of the main reasons that we're in this affordable housing crisis right now is from decades and decades of local government blocking the ability to build housing and blocking our ability to have an abundance of housing in our communities. So I thank staff and I thank the public for participating and creating this land use plan that will allow for much more housing and for much more mixed use neighborhoods. It's a huge step in the right direction to helping us achieve an affordable housing market and working towards our climate goals. So thank you to everybody who's participated and been a part of this. You know, based off of my amendments and, you know, looking at this plan, I think we're far underestimating the amount of housing that we're going to need. And I don't think this plan really takes it far enough, honestly. And I think we could have gone further with the mixed use as well. So I'm really worried about the fact that we're probably still going to be in a housing crisis for quite some time to come. But I think this is a huge step in the right direction, and I hope that we can push it further. And yeah, ultimately, I hope we can just keep building that subsidized affordable housing and real, true affordable housing as well, and not be reliant on a capitalistic system to supply something that everybody needs, like housing. But this is a huge step forward, and I'm glad that for the holidays, our local government is bringing this great plan to help with housing and climate. And I hope that we can get the code right to actually, you know, have an abundance of units, because this is not gonna, this plan, this map is not even gonna be possible if we keep things like parking mandates and setbacks and et cetera to the extreme that we have and we've heard proposed. So I hope that we can really get it right in the code. I hope that we could, I wish that we could have taken this plan further, and I tried with some amendments, but this is a huge, huge improvement. So I really appreciate everybody who's worked on it.
All right, thank you, Councilor Carlino. And Councilor Farmer.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick because a lot of what I want to say has already been said. But I also wanted to just say thank you to everyone who's been really engaged with this, to Common Good Missoula and to Pro Housing. I think that it takes a special kind of person that really wants to pay attention to this, and I appreciate that. I think this is really exciting. I think it's also really frightening because the reality is Missoula is changing and growing, whether we want it to or not. And I think this is our opportunity to really shape it. It wasn't long ago when I was growing up in Missoula that Kmart was the cool place to shop and Target was in the middle of nowhere. And so, you know, back then it felt like it was growing pretty quickly, and it feels like it is still. So I think our opportunity to keep it cool, and I think one of the commenters said, keep it mellow. I think this is our chance to do that. We're trying to do that. We're trying to shape it. So thank you for everyone who stepped up and engaged. I did want to speak really quickly to that third amendment that we were gonna pull out and then didn't pull out. So the third amendment that Ms. Sherrill was referring to was to amend the land use plan to change the urban residential low brown-filled area on the map in the Rattlesnake region to urban residential high. And in committee, I did not support that change. And the reason I was not in favor of moving to a more dense building land use type in that Rattlesnake area is based off of the recommendation that we got from Adrian Beck, who's the director of emergency management for the county. And, you know, when we look at the map statewide, really, when you look at the map for places that have dense wildland urban interface areas, Missoula and the Bitterroot are the reddest in the state. And so I think that we have to be really smart about how dense we go and where we go. And I think that changing the Rattlesnake area is a little scary to be that dense, knowing that that is so close to really wooey dense area, and having only one way in and one way out makes me a little bit nervous. So I wanted to go on the record that I'm not in support of making that more dense. However, it has passed how it is. So thanks.
All right, thank you for your comments. And Councillor Jones.
Thanks to staff, thanks to everybody who's leaned in on this process and shown up at our meetings and provided public comment and written emails. It's been a long, 18 to 24 months of intensive work. When the 2015 growth policy was passed, I remember reading it when I first got on council, and I thought it was a great document, and it laid the base for this because it really highlighted the focus inward philosophy that we should build more densely. But we never really implemented that growth policy. It was done piecemeal when we would have a rezone that would come in front of us, which took a huge amount of energy and time and money and super contentious, very difficult process. I look at how much has changed in Missoula since 2015, 9 years ago. We thought housing prices were bad back then. They're much, much worse now. And so I am grateful that we are in the middle of this new process. I think probably the easy part is doing this growth policy. And this has been a great process. I think it's a good growth policy, this new land use map and plan. The heavy lifting is going to be with the rezoning. So I look forward to that, and I know staff does too, and we're gonna get through all of it. But to holistically implement the growth policy as we have it now will be, I think, the best thing for Missoula. I think local government can't control the cost of land or the cost of labor or the cost of materials. We can't control the interest rates, but we can open the door and get out of the way so that we can have more development and more units for folks to live in. I think that our community is asking a lot of local government right now. We have huge issues in front of us, and I think this local government, the city government, is doing their best to rise to the occasion. But in return, we're going to be asking a lot of this community because this is a big paradigm shift. It's a big change coming. And it's one thing to have it be abstract and hypothetical. It's another thing to have the specifics and then see change in the neighborhoods. So I think we're going about it as thoughtfully as possible, but really expanding that density, and I hope folks understand that and will take the time to understand why we're going in this direction. And there was a public comment tonight from a gentleman who talked about he's got one daughter who wants to move back and one daughter who's living here. And that's what this is for. This is so the next few generations can live here. And we can't promise it, but we're going to do everything, I think, to try and make it work while keeping Missoula cool. So I'm happy to vote for this.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Sherrill.
Yeah, thanks. I just learned that my ward mate clearly has a different friend group than me because none of my friends want to talk about code reform. Glaze over.
Are you saying we're not friends?
Okay, everyone up here. I want to first really extend my thanks to the staff and everyone that worked on this plan. The plan is very well thought out. I've talked to a number of people that will talk to me about it. I've talked to them about. I've been really impressed, just like how much they took from all the departments in the city, and getting feedback from our climate team, transportation. Like, it was just an all-encompassing effort, and I just really appreciate that. Also for the public for engaging. I think that's been really powerful. Although, as we find out, anything we do on council, all of the public doesn't engage until it comes into their backyard. So I do think this is going to be a tough change, but I think it's something that we need. As I mentioned, there was that second amendment that I wasn't happy with. I did articulate why I was unhappy with that on last week. I did not have any reason to think that it would have a different outcome, so I don't want to rehash things, but my reasons were exactly what Ms. Farmer's were, and a number of us that did vote against that. I wanted to vote on it separately earlier because I wanted these last comments to be positive, because it really is such a great change. It was a big lift, and it's going to be a big step forward, and it's going to be a big change in trying to make Missoula accessible for everyone in the future. And many of us aren't going to see the full extent of this change, and it will come slowly, maybe too slow for some, but we plant that seed, we plant that tree, and we don't sit under its shade, and this is what that's for. So I'm not going to focus on the part that I didn't like. I'm going to focus on the part that I did like, and that was really everything else. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Sherrill. Councillor Becerra.
Thank you. I have been so impressed with all the work that has gone into this plan, this document. It's 123 pages of excellent work, thoughtful recommendations, and I have supported and agreed everything but one. And as Ms. Sherrill, I too have to point that out, because my vote against that map amendment in the Rattlesnake is not because I don't think that we need more housing. We all know, I think, that we need more housing. That's obvious. But in trying to increase densities, I think we become really good advocates for more housing, but advocacy does not equate to expertise. And to me, when we hear from our emergency management office that it is important to think about ways in which we can evacuate people when a fire happens, because we have learned the lesson that it's not if it happens, it's when it happens. I listen. I listen to the police officers when they tell us they need something, to the fire department. So this is no different for me. So that I just wanted to put it out there that, my no vote on that is not because I don't believe we don't need more housing. It's because more housing should not come at the expense of safety. Having said that, I really want to commend our staff. coordination within departments is difficult, but coordination within our community with different stakeholders, with different interests within the community is super challenging. And I often hear people say that government should think more creatively, that we need to be creative, think outside the box. And I think this plan proved to everyone that we are thinking creatively, that we are thinking outside the box. The number of ways that we have put before the community for engagement is unprecedented, at least for me. And I've been living in this community for a long time, and I've been a land use planner for a while, and this is new. The number of collaborations and partnerships that we have created is also unprecedented. It is really difficult, I think, to forecast the future needs of our community, but I think this plan gives us a good balance between addressing the needs of the community right now and the potential needs that we're going to have in the future. I think it provides great guidance, and it puts before us a number of tools that we can use to manage the growth that we know it's coming. So kudos, my appreciation. I feel incredibly proud to be serving on this council and being supported by the staff that we have doing all this incredible work, and to all the different groups and organizations in the community. You have been part of this from the beginning, and it's truly appreciated. We could not have done it with your help. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilor Becerra and Councilor Jordan.
Thank you. I want to, first of all, start out by thanking staff and the folks that they worked with. This was a huge endeavor, and I really appreciate all of the work that you put in and all of the different groups you reached out to and the different perspectives that you incorporated. I got to be honest, as a city councilor, sometimes I get frustrated because things come to us fully baked, and there's very little opportunity for us to represent our constituents because we're not a part of the process. However, I feel in this particular instance, largely in part to Pro Housing Missoula and Common Good Missoula, I think we did get a full spectrum. I think we had these two groups that were working really hard to make sure that some of the gaps that perhaps the engagement process missed were incorporated into the plan. And I feel really comfortable with where this plan has gotten up to. So thank you, Pro Housing, and thank you, Common Good, for all of your hard work and advocacy and making sure that folks who don't have a voice really got heard and listened to in this process. And finally, I just want to say we'll be supporting the density change in the Rattlesnake, largely because of its proximity to town and the university. Fires can and do go anywhere. Just as an example, when I was living in Australia in Canberra, part of a very urban area burnt due to winds and poor fire preparedness, missing a big part of bushland. And so I think where we really need to go, instead of treating areas like there's nothing that can be done to keep residents safe, we really need to start working with folks on how to be ready for fire, ensuring that they're cleaning their gutters, trimming their trees, raking their yards, and really getting rid of all of the material that does lead to fires. And quite frankly, a fire could start in my neighborhood in Franklin to the Fort and do just as much damage as anything up in the Rattlesnake. And so I really feel frustrated that we're limiting ourselves by ignoring some of the factors that we could actually control in really emphasizing wildfire preparation. I know I talk about Australia a lot. I know it's not transferable automatically over to America, but they do a darn good job in getting people in urban centers prepared for bushfires, and they take it very seriously, and they have a really good track record for preventing fires in urban areas because of all the work they're doing in that space, and I'd love to see that happen more here. Long story short, thank you, everyone. This was amazing. I appreciate staff, interest groups, my colleagues. I'm pretty happy with the amendments and feel comfortable voting yes on this proposal. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up council comment. Thank you so much, everyone. And of course, my deep gratitude for staff, the members of the community, and council for all of your hard work. With that, Ms. Trimble, we're ready for a roll call vote.
All right. Voting on the main amendment to adopt a resolution to adopt the R Missoula 2045 land use plan and place type map as Missoula's new governing land use plan. Beginning with Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sherrill.
Yes.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson. Yes. Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
And Melson.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Wahoo! Congratulations. All right. Thank you, everybody. We really have witnessed something big and part of something big. It's really exciting. With that, we're going to take a 5-minute break for a personal needs break and wrap up the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah, thank you. Halfway there. I know everybody's celebrated. We're like, okay, now the codes go amendment.
I'm ready.
Yay!
I gotta get a snack. All right, folks, come on back. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting of City Council on December 16th at 9:34 p.m. We're going to get through our remaining agenda items here. So we have no new business, and so next we'll move on to public comment on, the consent agenda. And so we do have a regular business item tonight, so I'll go ahead and ask Ms. Trimble to present the consent agenda on screen, read the consent agenda items out loud, and then we'll take it from there. Almost there. There we go. On tonight's consent agenda, we have a motion to approve accounts payable or claims for checks dated December 17th, 2024 in the amount of $5,786,607.58. We have a motion reappointing Tim Hall as a regular member of the Conservation District Board with a new term beginning January 1st, 2025 and going through December 31st, 2027. We have a motion to approve a resolution of intent to sell real property and authorize the mayor to sign regarding the White Pine Park. We have a motion to authorize the mayor and approve the amendment of the intra-state agreement for CenturyLink Metro Ethernet service to renew City of Missoula ISP connectivity with Lumen on a month-to-month basis for a maximum of 12 months. We have a motion to confirm the mayor's appointment of John Kittleson to the Bike Ped Advisory Board for a term beginning immediately and expiring September 30th of 2027. We have a motion reappointing Ross Miller to the Board of Health as a regular member with a new term beginning January 1st, 2025 and ending on December 31st, 2027. We have a motion to authorize the mayor to sign a contract with Axon Technologies to continue support of the TASER program to replace end-of-life equipment, ensure adequate consumables for training and duty use, and update current equipment. And our final motion is to set a public hearing for January 13th, 2025. To adopt an ordinance prohibiting trash and recycling collection by private haulers between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. in residential zones or within 300 feet of any residential zone, and this is an ordinance update, so this constitutes the first reading. Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Trimble. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda tonight? Anybody in the room wishing to make public comment on the consent agenda, item number 8? All right, no public comment in the room. How about folks online? Anybody wanting to make public comment? Mr. Bauer, Chad Bauer, go right ahead, please. I'm going to mute yourself. Give you a second there, Mr. Bauer, to unmute yourself. I think you're unmuted from this side. Okay, hand is lowered.
There we go.
Hey.
Is that working now?
Yes, it is. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Mayor and Council. Just a couple of quick comments on item 8.8 on the consent agenda. I would ask that that does not move forward due to the fact that I think there has been a little bit of miscommunication over the need for an ordinance. For the last 70 years, my family's been a part of the refuse business in Missoula, and we have always worked hand in hand with the city for any complaints or issues that have moved forward. And I think a few residents that are complaining about early morning garbage service, that can be handled without an ordinance. I have some concerns in regards to what about our folks that work in the evenings? Our police officers, our firemen, our nurses, our doctors, our casino attendants, our convenience store folks, our service industry professionals that get off at 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning and sleep from 8 in the morning until they go back to work. I think by singling out a number of businesses, a very small number of businesses in the city of Missoula, and putting an ordinance on them without looking at other industries that deliver goods and services before 6 in the morning, we really need to have a conversation and not move an ordinance forward. I think this can be very resolved very quickly without having an ordinance, and I just think there's a lot of other issues, maybe some unforeseen consequences to this, that we work with a number of agencies behind the scenes that this would prohibit our ability to work with those agencies moving forward. Thank you, and I hope everyone has a happy holiday season.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bauer. You too. Happy holidays. Anybody else online wishing to make public comment on the consent agenda? I'm not seeing any other members of the public that wish to make public comment. So now I'll ask if anybody wishes to separate an item, and I see Councilor Vasecka, your hand is up.
I don't wish to separate an item. I just wanted to note for the record that it is, we are just setting a public hearing for 8.8 for January 13th. And then I would encourage any folks who have opinions on that, whether for or against it, to come to that public hearing on January 13th. And then I did want to double check. I believe that there was a friendly amendment on Wednesday to change the hours from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. So I just wanted to double check that.
All right, Councilor Vasecka, thank you for raising that. And we are going to, Public Works and Public Safety. I don't see it on the committee schedule as an item.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the, on 8.8, it was from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. is written down there for the setting a public hearing. And I think that there was a friendly amendment to accept the 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. So I just wanted to see if that was accurate with Mr. Melson's memory and anybody else's memory, if that needed to be changed for the actual public hearing when on the motion itself.
It was accepted as a friendly amendment, so it will need to be updated for the public hearing. We will make sure that we make that recommended motion accurate. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, appreciate the clarification there as well. Councilor Vasecka, all right, I think we're ready to then do a voice vote on the consent agenda. Ms. Trimble, when you're ready.
All right, on tonight's consent agenda, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And any opposed? All right, that passes.
All right, thank you very much. We have one regular business item, and that is item 9.1CB. It is in regards to an item that was heard in the Committee of the Whole last week, and this is a proposal brought forward by Councilor Carlino, City Council Rule 2 amendment, allowing up to 3 minutes per public comment. The recommended motion tonight is do not pass. It did not pass out of committee. I will turn it over to Councilor Carlino to speak to this item before we then move on to public comment and council vote.
Yeah, I know that, this didn't get approved in committee and won't get approved today, but I just think that we need to rethink some of the ways that we're doing public comment. We've seen things change this year that have made it harder for people to public comment. And I think, keeping it to a 3-minute, giving everybody 3 minutes at every meeting for each item, I think is fair. When it randomly gets cut down to a lower amount of time, it can make it harder for public commenters to get their point across. But I also think we should revisit letting people email the entire council at once, bring in the public comment on non-agenda items back to the beginning of the meeting. We used to have dozens of people that would come and comment. They could show up at 6 p.m., say whatever they want to say to their local government, and that's been taken away. And then also, we used to allow people to come up and talk to council members. Since we put these stanchions in, when I've seen people cross them, we've seen people snap for police officers to come stop people from coming to talk to us. Amongst other things, I think we're just headed in the wrong direction. It needs to be easier for people to public comment. This rule change is not going to fix all those things, but I was just trying to set a standard of 3 minutes no matter what, and not leave it up to any one council member to decrease people's time. But I just want to address some of those other public comment issues moving forward, because we've missed out on dozens and dozens of public comments from when we changed the agenda around. So I'd like to see that change back. I think we should just have more debates about how we can increase public participation and public comments. And this was one attempt to fix, to try and fix one little thing, but it already works well how we all just kind of go with the standard of 3 minutes. So I just hope that we don't randomly cut it down.
Okay, thank you for your comments and presentation of the item, Councillor Carlino. And we will move into, if there are questions from council or if there are comments from council, I'll hear from public comment first, if that's all right. Any questions from council before I move into public comment? Okay, then public comment on this item, come on up.
Bob Lucino. Appreciate your comments, Dan. I didn't realize that you switched the public comment to the end. That's fine. The public hearing was very interesting for me to hear, and I commend you all for all your work. And I'm really happy that the vote came out the way it did. And on that note, before I mention a few things that I've been saving up over the last few years, I'm in a point in my life where I'm downsizing. And so in the last few weeks, I've been looking at 2-bedroom, at first standalone homes. I thought that might be an option, but it's not, both availability-wise and budget-wise. Anything that I wouldn't be ashamed to bring guests to, I found was in the $2,000 a month range. And that's out of the question. So I have been talking with a lot of property management companies, and what I heard from 3 different ones was, after I mentioned that, oh, here's the narrative. Oh, I see that this property's been sitting vacant for 3 months. And nice apartment, but well, what's going on? And here's what I heard. I think you'll be interested to hear this. Too many apartment buildings going up. All these new apartment buildings over there on Reserve and Mullen, North Side. That's why they're sitting. And my reaction was, good, great. Supply and demand. More supply, more supply. And that way, this gentleman who spoke with the Montana State sweatshirt on might get his kids back into town. So I commend you. The other thing is verbos. So now I'm getting into my list. I think we have 500 to 600 verbos and B&Bs in this town. And the way I look at it is these units are all tied up. They're tied up from the folks that live here that want to either rent or buy. Now, okay, I understand the other side of it, but on the other side of it, I have a friend who has one, and he recently told me that he's making $40,000 a year off this verbo. It's not continuously rented. And so your recent decision to raise the fee from whatever it was, $75 to I think it's $600 now, more, a lot more. Okay, here's the save-up items. I drive on Jackson Street every day, from Holly to Locust. And I have to tell you, there's streets in third world countries in better shape than that street. And I know that those folks are paying pretty good taxes on that.
Mr. Lucino,
street and
you can
road-
come back for public comment on items not on the agenda right after this. How about that? I know we moved the
Yeah, that's
agenda
fine.
items
I'm sorry, I
around.
went over. I have a few other things, so I'll come back.
Come back up. Thanks. Appreciate that. This is public comment on this particular agenda item, but I knew that you didn't know, and it's only a couple. Yeah, that's okay. And we've got a small audience right now, and I let you go. It's fine. It's the presiding officer's prerogative in that moment. So come on up. This is on the item for City Council Rule 2 amendment, allowing up to 3 minutes for public comment.
My name's Kirsten Newman. I live in Ward 1. Can you hear me okay?
Speaking of the mic. There you go.
Is this better? Okay. So I read this kind of as is, and now I'm not entirely sure if I am understanding what this is, but I'm going to make my comment for you guys to take what you need. Allowing 3 minutes per public comment is really standard practice. Bozeman does that. So I was a little bit confused to hear that this is something that is not wanting to be passed. So, but I wanted to speak on the strikeouts on this that talked about extra time in the event that somebody with a disability needs extra time to speak. So it takes a lot of courage to come up here. I'm somebody with a disability, and it's taken me a year to finally come up here. And second commission meeting, I'm here, council meeting, and I'm seeing things about people with disabilities being struck from participating. And so I was really impressed to see this wording, actually, and so I was surprised that this was being struck, and now I'm even more confused as to why this isn't just something that isn't being looked at as positive for increasing public participation. But Title II of the ADA requires local governments to give people with disabilities an equal opportunity to participate in civic activities like council meetings. 3 minutes is a really reasonable amount of time to ask for that. And in addition, local governments are required to make reasonable modifications to policies for individuals with disabilities for equal opportunity to participate. So when you see wording like the presiding officer has the discretion to allow for extra time in the event the public commenter appears or is regarded as having a disability that impacts their ability to speak or access their microphone, or where the commenter has been interrupted by sources outside their control, that is a reasonable modification to a policy. And I honestly was just, the wording of this really impressed me. So I'm confused as to why now this is it being recommended not to pass. I wanted to read a little bit of the ADA to you guys, Title II. I'm gonna run out of time, but I want to just read, I guess, one point. A public entity in providing any aid, benefit, or service may not, on the basis of disability, provide a qualified individual with a disability with an aid, benefit, or service that is not as effective in affording equal opportunity to obtain the same result, to gain the same benefit, or to reach the same level of achievement as that provided to others. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any other public comment on this agenda item this evening?
Evening, everyone. Derek Hitt, Missoula resident, and I do think a 3-minute is fine and everything. I have, back in the past, I'm just going off of golden years of being able to come and have public comment at the beginning, so people that do have kids or can't get a babysitter can have their kids come and participate in civil discourse. I know last time I did show up with my kids, public comment was at the end, and we had a lot of stuff to go through. And quite frankly, you did not want to have Jordan come up here because I'm pretty sure the 7-year-old would be banned from commenting before he can vote. So with that, I just think that there needs to be some lenience towards having a public comment at the beginning of the meeting to accommodate some of us that do have children and can't get childcare to come to these to engage with y'all.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Hitt, and I'll just remind the audience, this is particularly around just the duration of time that public comment is, not where it lands in the meeting, and it's public comment, which means we have public comment on every agenda item, not just on items not on the agenda. All right, public comment on this particular item.
Hi, once again, my name is Teresa Martinoski, and this time I am wearing my professional hat. I work for Summit Independent Living here in Missoula. We are an organization that supports advocacy and independent living skills for people with disabilities of all types. And I just want to support what Kirsten had to say about accommodations for people with disabilities that come up here to give comment. It is equally, if not more important, for people that either physically or emotionally have a tougher time doing this than the majority of us, to be given that equal opportunity to have their voices heard, because that is so often not the case. And if any of you ever have a question about anything related to disability and whether or not whatever you may be thinking is a good idea, a good comment, a good change, feel free to reach out to Summit Independent Living. We have a lot of very, very well-spoken and well-educated and wonderful staff, many of whom have lived experience with disabilities, that would love to either give you one-on-one time to discuss that situation with you, or even come and do some group work, or even like physical audits with things if necessary. So just please keep in mind that limiting people with disabilities who may struggle to get their words across would definitely be a disservice to that community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. How about anybody else? Anybody else in the audience wishing to make a comment on this agenda item? All right. And anybody online wishing to make public comment on this agenda item? Okay, that wraps up our public comment on this agenda item. So I'll move now on to council comments and see Councilor Jordan, your hand is raised.
Thank you. Due to public comment, I do have a question and a comment. Is that all right?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking.
I am curious where what the thinking is behind crossing out the line that allows for extra time for folks with disabilities that impacts their ability to speak. Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, I wrote that as part of my role change. You know, I've worked the past 5 years. I work today as an aide for people with different mental disabilities, and I take it seriously. And I wrote that in to make sure that to make sure that people could have extra time if they needed it. But we only crossed that out just because hearing council comments on Wednesday, we just crossed that out because of. I was just trying to find some way to get this passed, and we just crossed it out as a friendly amendment because people took issue to it. But the presiding officer could, of course, still accommodate that. It's just not written into the rules if we're not passing the rule change as I originally wrote it. So my intention was to put that into the rules.
Thank you. Yeah, comment now, thanks.
Yeah, you bet.
Daniel, thank you for bringing this forward. I know you and I have had a lot of conversations about how the changes have really affected people's ability to engage with local government. I too agree that the stanchions that appeared out of nowhere are creating a barrier that makes it even less likely for people to want to come and engage with us. It's a physical reminder that it's an us versus them situation. I know that redoing the city council emails was done in a good vein, but it's actually causing a lot of problems in that people are having a hard time making attachments or putting in all of their comments or whatever. On top of it, it's impossible to search them and find emails from the past where you want to respond to somebody, but you can't search them very easily. And on top of it, limiting people and their ability to comment, I think, is egregious, because this is how folks can engage with local government. Not everybody wants to send an email. Not everybody wants to make a phone call. Not everybody can do some of the other options that we have available. And so by ensuring that everybody always gets 3 minutes, they know how to come prepared. And I think that that's a really important civic duty that we should preserve for people so that they can understand the rules. And I also struggle with the fact that we've changed public comment to the end as well, as we had a commenter mention, and very astutely so. We hardly get any public comment anymore because people have children or jobs or things that they have to get home for. And I will fully support any amendments you bring forward or referrals you bring forward to change the ability people have to engage with local government. So thank you for bringing this forward.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Jordan. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I am in support of the amendment. So I guess that means I'm against the do not pass. We have to make sure we're clear on that when the time comes to vote. But I made these comments during committee last week. I think 3 minutes is a nice bare minimum for public comment. I think too many times we've gone down the road of adjusting that to less comment on a basis of public participation or how many people are seeing these chairs in here. Of course, those are the items that, we should be taking public comment on seriously, because they're usually big ticket items like the land use plan, like urban camping, or, I've seen here for the past year. And again, I think it also speaks to an equity issue and people coming up and ensuring that they have a proper amount of time, adequate amount of time to say what they want to say, and, feel that, they're actually being heard when they speak. And all too often, I think, for some people, there's too much reverence to the clock, and other people, it's, well, go ahead and finish your thought, or, and it could be 10 seconds after, it could be a minute after. And, I think there needs to be balance between, that, and I think the way of balancing that is codifying what it is that Councilman Carlino wants to codify here tonight. So I'll be not in support of the do not pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Ms. Trimble, you have your hand raised. Is that something you want to make sure you get addressed before we move on to more council comments?
I was just going to address the ADA accommodations.
Please do.
If we're ready to speak to that. As the city clerk, we do really strive to make sure that everyone is able to participate. And I just wanted to clarify that, the city of Missoula is subject to the Americans with Disabilities Act, regardless of whether or not council puts this in their rules. It's really redundant. We are required by law to make reasonable accommodations for those who request them. But above and beyond that, we make proactive measures to make sure that citizens can participate and residents can participate. We have a variety of ways of doing that, such as having assistive listening devices available for all our meetings that happen in council chambers. We just made sure to get the phone line back up and running for people who don't have access to a computer. Just this last week, our IT was troubleshooting on that. And we have on our website where you can reach out to either the clerk's office directly or Eric Hallstrom is also one of our ADA officers at the city of Missoula. So I just wanted to clarify that striking that from the rules does not mean that we are not still subject to it, and we don't still strive to do that. It's just, it was actually redundant.
Thank you. Really appreciate you making that clarification. And I was just looking, I was looking to see on our website so everything on the bottom of every single web page has site links, and accessibility is on there. So that should include some information and also requests for reasonable modifications or accommodations that need to be made for meetings. And then it is also on our city council agenda. Yes, thank you. So at the very beginning of every city council agenda, there is the standard set of information by which the public can participate, and that includes anybody that needs special assistance for meetings. There is a phone number to call, and if there's some feedback on that for usability, we would love to hear it to make sure that we're reaching as many people as possible. All right, Councilor Nugent, thank you. Thank you, Claire, for providing that clarification.
Thank you, Mayor Davis, and I appreciate the clerk bringing that up, because that was going to be one of the points I wanted to point out. I can't think of a time where somebody requested an accommodation in real time that we didn't try and meet that. And I would just echo the mayor's comments that if there is an example, please reach out. And the language doesn't need to be in our rules, because we are governed by the Americans with Disabilities Act, and we take that seriously. Just since the public comment has kind of veered off of this, everything that has been said about moving public comment to the beginning also stands true for people who come to participate in specific items. So people who come to participate in, the public hearing that's publicly noticed also have to get childcare, also, might struggle with other things. And so it's kind of a, how do we balance the needs and the priorities of whose public comment that day deserves to go first. And I actually think that giving the people who are commenting on the items that we have publicly noticed that we're going to take action on make the most sense. And so I've spoken to that before, and I will continue to speak to that. And I can only think of one time that we haven't gone with the 3-minute comment since I've been on council, so I don't know where the many times come from, but happy to discuss it further. I just think that to eliminate chair discretion with something that very rarely has proven to be an issue is a big mistake. And there are times where we hear public comment and it's the same thing over and over and over again. And, we talk about the public and participating in meetings. And sometimes if that public comment goes hours and hours and everybody's saying something very similar, people leave because they need to get childcare and they have other things. So it's like there's also the element of balancing how people give us public comment. So I would just put that out there.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nugent. And we are going to move on. I'm not going to go back and forth on comments on this. Sorry, Mr. Campbell. And so if there's anybody that hasn't had a chance to comment, I'd be happy to hear it. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and wrap up here and take a vote on this item. Ms. Trimble, I would appreciate if you would review again the proper procedure for this vote, given how it is a negative vote into a positive into a negative, or however you want to say that. So let's review what we're voting for here, please.
We decided that we were going to do a straight vote. So the commentary is that this vote, this motion was not passed in committee. The recommendation from the committee was not to pass it. However, we're going to vote on the actual motion language. So you should vote yes if you want to adopt an amendment to Rule 2, allowing up to 3 minutes of comment. Vote no if you do not want to adopt this amendment to the council rules.
Okay, so that is, just to note, that is a change for how we've been doing it. It makes more logical sense, I think, in my mind, but I just want to make sure people recognize what's happening here. Vote no to vote no. Vote yes. To vote yes. Vote no to vote no. So how we have been doing it, it's the recommendation by City Attorney Sudbury is we can just, when you can just put it back on to the agenda for a straight vote, how you would vote for it. You see that what the recommended motion is in terms of that it's how it came out of committee, but it's a straight vote, even though it says that. So we can keep addressing, I think, that for clarity. It's a normal motion. So yes to vote for the amendment, no to vote no for the amendment. Correct, Ms. Trimble?
That's what I hear. I was out all last week.
Correct, Mr. Sudbury? Yes, excellent.
Okay.
Okay, then I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Just to clarify, there were 2 motions on the agenda. We're sort of voting on them as a package. Was Councilor Vasecka's stuff, was that a friendly amendment?
Mr. Carlino?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're voting once on the whole thing.
That's my understanding, we're moving once on the whole motion. Yes, that's an affirmative.
Okay. All right, to reiterate, vote yes if you want to adopt an amendment to City Council Rule 2, allowing up to 3 minutes per public comment. Beginning with Savage.
No.
Did I vote?
Sherrill.
No.
Vasecka.
Yes.
Anderson.
No.
Becerra.
No.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
Yes.
Farmer.
No.
Jones.
No.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
No.
And Nugent.
No.
And that fails with 8 opposed, 4 in favor.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Appreciate the conversation. The last thing I would like to end with this agenda item is just to note that I've had many members of the public comment to me about the changes that council have adopted. When I first came into office, I heard several concerns and suggestions, not only from members of this council, but also members from the public that stopped participating, including members of the media, in terms of predictability around our posted agenda schedule. So I think there's always something to take a look at. So I'm really want to encourage us to continue to review what we've done and continue to make changes and let them write out, see how it works. I'm totally open to, continue to talk about changes to how the committee schedule works. I think, as Councilor Nugent indicated, we have people that come in to make a comment. You might have had somebody waiting to talk about this item tonight, and they would have had to wait for 4 hours because we had such a robust land use plan discussion. And that is part of the natural cycle of things when you have agenda items listed. So anyway, I think that President Sherrill and other council members have some ideas of other things that they'd like to consider, and it's worth a conversation. So if you have suggestions for ways that you'd like to see the agenda change or these meetings flow, let's talk about it. We can put those things forward. So with that, that wraps up all of our regular business. And now we are on public comment on non-agenda items. So Mr. Lucino, come on up.
Okay, on the verbos, and forgive me if I'm ignorant on this. I actually don't even know if the traditional R1, R2, all those zoning designations are still in place. But this is just a question. I'm not asking for an answer now, but I think since Representative Sherrill and Nugent are my council reps, I'll just send my phone number to one or both of you, and perhaps you can answer in your own time, and that after the holidays is fine. But on the subject of verbos, I got to thinking one day, especially after this friend of mine told me that he's making 40 grand a year on his verbo. It's essentially a motel in an R1 district, if R1 exists. We have businesses in R1 neighborhoods, and I have one right next to me, and it's nonstop strangers. It, in my view, undermines neighborhood character. It undermines neighborhood cohesion, and I'm living next to a motel, and someone's making an awful lot of money off it. So I realize there's another side to it, but that's my side. As I said earlier, I'm really happy that you've raised the fee, and it's still not high enough if you're going to continue verbos. And the thing that concerns me the most is that 500 to 600 units are taken away from renters and first-time home buyers or home buyers in general. Back to Jackson Street. Perhaps, and this will be in my email to Representatives Nugent and Sherrill. I know it's a road department issue, and it's not alone. It's just the general perception among the public, and you all know this, is that the arteries get priority, and they should. But the side streets, I got to tell you, after 47 years living here, I've never seen such disrepair in side streets. I know the tax base is a lot bigger. I know that from one penthouse condominium alone in the city of Missoula, from a reliable source, told me Friday that a woman was bragging that it was her 5th home. They own 5 homes. This is just the latest, and they paid $3 million for it. If it's a condominium, I assume that you're picking up some tax base. That's a lot of tax base on a $3 million condominium unit. And that's just one. Okay. And I've talked with Gwen about this. You were very nice. I'm on the road all the time because I drive a school bus in my retirement. I've never seen people run red lights like they do today. I know that we have twice as many police officers as we did in 1991 when I left the council. They're not omnipresent, they're not God, they can't be everywhere at once, but it was sort of my last straw when I saw a person in broad daylight go through 3 lights right in a row. And lastly, the manhole covers on 6th Street, please. They're like 2 inches down. There's a lot of front ends getting beat up, and there's one in front of Hellgate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucino. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Poppy.
All right, my name's Kirsten Newman. I'm going to speak on public comment, but just not on what I just spoke on. So I really do strongly believe that the general public comment needs to be at the beginning of these meetings. I actually originally was planning to come to just talk about that today. And then that's when I saw on the agenda this other item that I just spoke on. And I do want to make one comment on that, is that the language that was included in that affirms the commitment to accessibility and the ADA. It ensures future council members remember that this is something. So I do want you guys to remember that, as, you know, while the city adheres to the ADA, sometimes having that in writing affirms that inclusion. Having public comment period at the beginning and not at 10:15 at night ensures that people with disabilities like me have an opportunity to have an effective public comment. The 3-minute rule also allows for consistency. As of somebody with a brain injury, I have trained myself to manage how many minutes I have for my comment and manage that way. I've come from Bozeman, so I have a lot of comparison in my mind, but they have been consistently doing that 3-minute and allowing people with disabilities extra time if needed, just as they go through the meeting. The accommodation process to ask for 48-hour notice is not going to allow somebody who saw the agenda this afternoon time to ask for a reasonable accommodation to make a public comment or attend the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Bye, Poppy. Thank you, Ms. Newman. Any other public comment on items not on the agenda?
Evening, everyone. Derek Hitt, Missoula resident. In case you've all missed it, I am the new representative for the Teamsters Local 2, represent over 1,000 members in the Missoula area. And kind of wanted to come up here and talk a little bit about the noise ordinance that we were talking about for trash collection, but I'm going to make it quick because it's 10:17 and my members are fast asleep and probably going to be waking up in the next 3 hours to go to work on these essential functions that help our society move smoothly, whether it's plowing our roads, delivering the milk, delivering bread, collecting our sanitation, or helping with our sanitation plants. These are sometimes noisy jobs, but they're necessary. And these people are very professional at what they do. And I just want to implore you, if you are thinking about this ordinance, reach out to one of our companies that do this. Do a ride along. Learn more about why they do what they do. A lot of our members were a little bit hesitant about the 7 o'clock stop time because it would bring them into neighborhoods when kids are getting ready for school. And I don't know about you all, but my kids love big machinery. And that could be an issue for these guys for safety reasons, because kids run up and see a trash truck. Oh, that's cool. Our drivers need to know where those kids are, because they are parents too, and they are concerned that there could be an issue with having the later time because they interface with children at that time. So again, I just implore you, come do a ride along, learn a little bit more. Maybe you'll have some fun taking out the trash. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Hitt. Congratulations on your new position.
Thank you.
Bet. All right, that is everybody in the room, and so I'll move to see if there's any public comment online on items not on the agenda. Just looking to see if there's any hands raised, and I don't see any. All right, then that wraps up our public comment this evening. Thank you very much. I am going to just wish everybody a happy holidays. We are in the shortest days of the year, so get extra rest, because that's what Mother Nature calls for. Take a little extra care in driving around our dark streets, and let's just take a little extra care in taking care of each other. I will not take away from Councilor Vasecka's announcement around the council schedule, because that has become she's always reminding us when our meetings are, and so I will look forward to seeing folks in the new year. And to that, I just want to also say congratulations to Councilor Vasecka, who we'll be welcoming a new baby in the new year as well. So with that, I'll pass it off to Councilor Melson.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. Just want to correct the record for the last gentleman. The ordinance that I'm bringing is not a noise ordinance. It is adding a section in Title 8, which is actually the health and safety title of our code. And it adds language to Chapter 8.28. In between 8.2814, which is burning and burying garbage, and 8.28.15, which is the violation and penalty. So just for correcting the record on that, this is not a noise ordinance. This is a health and safety ordinance, technically. And happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you, Councilor Melson. Councilor Carlino. Okay. Councilor Farmer?
Really quick, since we had quite a bit of wildland fire conversation, and because I work for the DNRC, which works pretty extensively on fire prevention, and I happen to have a husband who's on a wildland fire in California right now and will not be home until Christmas Eve, I wanted to let everyone know that if you are to go to the DNRC's website, there is an entire page called Fire Prevention and Preparedness, and there's lots of resources there that you can look at on how to make your home wildland prepared. You can also schedule a visit with your local service forester, who will come out and actually inspect your home and help give you tips on what you can do. There's also grant programs on there, which Missoula County has been very successful in securing several of them. So if you are wondering where to go, you can go to dnrc.mt.gov and you can find it right there, because as we discussed, wildland fire is here to stay, and we all need to be more prepared for it. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Councilor Becerra.
I just want to piggyback on that I think our county and state have put a lot of resources to help communities be better prepared for when a fire does take place. I've been a recipient of those benefits, and I think it's a comprehensive approach to be prepared for a fire, not just be cutting down your vegetation, but also ensuring that you plan your land use accordingly. That's all I'm going to say about that. I could go on and on, as I have had to deal with this numerous times already. Happy holidays, Christmas, and Hanukkah to everyone.
Thank you very much. Councilor Sherrill.
I want to wish everyone a happy holiday, but I also want to remind you that we have committee meetings Wednesday. So don't take off quite yet.
A little gift. There you go. Councilor Nugent.
I would just say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I guess I'll come on Wednesday. And then, Christmas break could start after that, so.
You should wear your sweater again. Counselor Jones.
I'll pass.
Thank you.
Happy holidays and see you Wednesday.
All right. Counselor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So SAVE Committee this Wednesday, that makes 1 year finished on council. So
something.
It's a start. I'm not a freshman anymore.
You've graduated.
We'll see how it goes down the line. I, for one, will be happy come 2025 to be a spectator of municipal campaigning rather than a participant. So it'll be kind of refreshing to be a spectator in that regard. So we'll see how that goes. But anyway, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everybody, Happy New Year, and here's to a prosperous New Year coming up. Good health for everybody. And one other shout out, speaking of Wednesday, there's an officer on the police department, Sergeant Jim Clawwitter. He's going to be retiring this Wednesday after 33 years on the police department. And he was a detective sergeant for ever and ever. I mean, he's been in that position for quite a long time, but he's moving on. He's going to join my retirement club, and that'll allow for some other opportunities for some other officers in the department. But a shout out to him. Congratulations to him on a successful law enforcement career. And I may be absent for a portion of committee come Wednesday, so I get to attend part of his retirement ceremony. So congratulations to Sergeant Jim Clawwitter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan.
I'll pass, thank you.
All right, you bet. How about folks online? Councilor Anderson, any comments tonight?
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I'll be very quick and echo the sentiments around wishing everyone happy holidays, Merry Christmas, happy Hanukkah. And I know we're carrying a bunch of folks, but just, holidays are not always an easy season for everybody. So just pack your patience and give a little bit of extra grace as you're present to the universe, because it can be a hard, stressful time for a lot of folks for a variety of reasons. So just wanted to put that plug out there to just be kind to your fellow folks for a little bit this year if you don't already do it all year round. And I look forward to seeing everyone on Wednesday and in the new year.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. And Councilor Vasecka.
Thank you. I just wanted to say Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Save for this Wednesday. I look forward to seeing everybody on January 6th for our next council meeting. I wanted to say thank you to the mayor. The reason why I'm not there, I am quite pregnant, so I did not miss a single Monday night council meeting with my first kid, so I don't plan on missing much with the second one, but I guess it is up to the timing of when that's supposed to happen. And so I'm bummed I'm not there in person to see everybody's awesome sweaters tonight, so I'm hoping that we can do this again next year. So I look forward to seeing everybody Wednesday. And again, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thank you for having the vim as an enthusiasm. That was the question earlier. For wearing sweaters at home in addition to the council chambers. I'm going to adjourn at 10:26. Thank you.